Dun. Hi, Steve.
Hey there, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good, thanks.
Oh, you said good. Sorry. Hi, everybody. Gemma's welcome to join too, if she's not busy.
Let me message her and see what she's doing. She said something about going out with her niece today.
Okay. Everyone, we have Steve Stockton here too to read some cards. I'm going to be dropping his link. Hi, Erica, Missy, Jill, Carolina Hillbilly,
I didn't
Araya.
realize we were live already. Hi.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We're both gonna be reading. What should we do? Should we like take turns? Like
Just however you want to
maybe
do it. It's your show. I'll follow your lead.
maybe okay, that way we can both get to read. Okay. What cards do you have,
I
Steve?
think I'm going to go ahead and do the Dark Mirror Oracle again. I had such good luck
The
with
Dark
those
Mirror.
last time. That was the first time I'd ever used them. And I felt a real
Beautiful deck.
connection to them. Yeah, it is a beautiful deck.
I'm trying to find your channels so I can drop your links. Hi, Sandy. Guys, I'm gonna drop Steve's links. He has some amazing channels. And Steve, you're welcome to talk if you want to talk about your books, if you want to talk about your channels,
Okay, thank you.
anything. You don't have to if you want to.
I don't mind. That's one thing I'm good at. I can talk.
That's good.
If there's anything I enjoy as much as writing and creating content, it's showing up somewhere and talking about it.
Yeah.
Since last year, I've done over 100 podcast and radio appearances, so I'm no stranger to yakking.
Heck yeah. Okay, so here's his first one of his channels.
Yeah, little shuffle going on those there.
You guys, we have a lot of fun at his.
Let's say hi to everybody in the chat. Hi, Missy, Erica, Jill, Carolina Hillbilly, Araya. Hope I said that right. Ramona, Southern Belle, MCAT Paranormal. Good to see you all here. Thanks for showing up. Some of my people should be showing them up. I let them know. Let me go ahead and share this out on Facebook and see if I can get some more people in here.
Hi, guys. Hi, Mike. So there's one of his channels. It's 13 past midnight, guys. Make sure you check it out. We have a lot of fun.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
kind of my personal channel, kind of a hobby channel over there. I tell stories and then have ghost stories at midnight. I think tonight will be 180 nights in a row that I've done the public domain stuff from LibriVox. I come in and talk for about an hour and then listen to stories overnight. Have a lot of people that work graveyards, people that are chronic insomniacs like myself, uh, chronic pain patients, PTSD, fibromyalgia, MS, anybody like that that can't sleep is welcome to come in and just chill. We have a lively chat over there, and then after I get the show started, then everybody just kind of relaxes or falls off to sleep or whatever they can do. But I have a lot of fun over there. It's my other channel, Missing Persons and Mysteries. That's like a much bigger channel, and it's not quite as intimate over there. But 13 past midnight, that's like a little corner bar, where everybody knows everybody, and we just hang out and have fun.
okay, I found it. Now I'm going to drop that link. Guys, got to check out this channel too. I could probably just sit and watch the stories like all day.
That's a fun channel, and appreciate you dropping the link there. We're really growing over there. Check and see where we're at. We're nearing that 100K milestone. I can't wait to get a YouTube play button. I'm going to unbox it on a stream. 99,492 subs. So we have a lot of fun over there.
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
Mainly missing persons stories, but the mysteries side of that, we get into some of the paranormal, supernatural aspect of some of those disappearances, like the missing 411 type stuff, where there's strange things going on there other than just missing people. I mean, that's strange enough, but whoops, hang on.
Hi guys, drop your links, okay? There's Joe, Entity
Sorry,
7 Paranormal.
trying to get your
There's
channel up
Eddie.
here, and something started
Drop those
playing.
links.
Let's see, there we go. There's your channel here.
How you doing, Joe? How you doing, Eddie? Amazing channels down there.
Thanks for putting those up there, Cassie. I appreciate that. Okay, now I'm in the chat. Looks like I'm still logged in as missing persons and mysteries. So that's me. It's that I have several that I could log in as, but that's me. Okay.
Well, there you are. I'll make sure you're blue.
Thanks for the wrench.
And just make sure I drop your link every once in a while, or just let me know. We'll get it dropped.
Hey, Carol, good to see you. How you doing? Love those pictures of you and your. Was that a grandbaby or great grandbaby on Facebook? I think it's grandbaby. That's a great looking kid.
Yeah. Hi, Erica. So Steve's got an amazing deck, the Dark Mirror. Love it. I wasn't really quite sure what deck to use tonight, so I brought a couple over.
Yeah, I wavered. I've started to use that Magic of You deck, but I haven't used it before, and I don't know how that'll go. I've got several new ones, but said I had such good luck with that one, and it was real connection to it, I think. So I'm going to use that one again this week.
Oh, the Dark Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love that deck. The only thing is when you get a lot of decks, you just like, what deck do I use this time?
Yeah, I've got ones I haven't even opened yet, so I've got to go through and figure out what's going on and which ones I prefer over the others. I've never owned a bad deck, but some I just like better than others.
I might have to go out and come back in on my tablet.
Okay, I got to share that on Facebook here.
So keep breaking up. 1 second. Right back, Steve.
Who else we got here joining us? Jill Meyer, Erica Luna. I'm not sure who I've had said hello to yet and who I haven't. Batrican, Warren Floyd, Entity 7, Paranormal, Joe Vitale. We got 2 Cassies. Yay.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't know why my phone keeps messing up. Let's see. Find us again. Yeah, there's 2 of us. You guys want me to start a list of whoever wants a reading? We don't have to start readings yet. I'll just make a list. Hi, Shrimp Shack. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Make sure you guys please check out Entity 7 Paranormal Joe, guys. He is awesome. I like going over to his too. Oh, you want one, Carol? Okay. I'm going to write you down. Carol. We got Steve reading from the beautiful, beautiful Dark Mirror, guys. He is an amazing, amazing reader. Great. I love it. You're going to want a reading from him.
There's the deck. I don't know how good I am at it. I haven't been reading that long. Read
No.
tarot years and years ago, and then haven't read anything in a long time, and then just recently started reading again. But this is a fun deck.
No, you did awesome. He's definitely a natural. Very intuitive. You like the dark. And Jill says you want one too. I try to have fun. Yeah, time on my hands.
Let's see, I got it.
Aw, you do have a lot of fun on your channel, Joe. Great channel.
Okay,
Joe, make sure you check out the mystery ones of Steve's. So many mysteries. He's on his way to 100,000.
a lot of missing persons out there. It's amazing when you stop and think about it. According to NamUs, which is a government agency, they estimate that over 600,000 people go missing every year. Now, some of those are found, some of them show back up. Sometimes it's teenage runaways that disappear again and again, but there's a lot of those that just they're never found. There's no trace of them. The dogs can't find them. Helicopter search. Where do they go to? What's taking them? What's out there that's
Yeah.
something to think about? 600,000 people. That's enough to fill several stadiums or enough to empty the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's a lot of people.
I know, Carol. She said she's following the Summerwells missing case.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that one. There's so many twists and turns and red herrings, and then I don't want to victim shame or point any fingers or anything, but there's something up with the parents. I mean, that may just be part of the grieving process or whatever, and I can't say 100% for sure, but something's going on there. The Child Protective Services went in and took their other kids away from them, and I don't know if they're considered persons of interest yet or not, but they're definitely under some scrutiny from law enforcement.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. I think they know more than they're saying. If they didn't do it, they know more about it than what they let on.
Yeah. Something doesn't sit right, definitely. And I hate to be that way too. Like, oh, they did it. But something doesn't sit right.
Yeah, and there's a lot
Especially,
of historical cases like the Jean Benet Ramsey. I still think the mother had she was complicit somehow in that, and maybe the father too, or the little brother. And then little Dior Coons Jr. is missing from Idaho. That David Politis says that's a missing 411, but I don't think it is. I think the parents know exactly what happened to that little boy. They failed 7 lie detector tests, and detectives they hired to help find him found out a lot of things that weren't as they appeared, like the clothes that he was supposedly wearing when he went missing. He found those clothes in their apartment when they got evicted. The toy trucks that he supposedly had with him that he would not be without, he found those stuffed down in a couch that was sitting outside. The cowboy boots, the oversized ones that the little boy was supposedly wearing when he went missing, he found those. So I don't know. Just I don't think we'll ever have an answer if it was a done deal. But I don't think he was ever at that campground in Ledor.
Yeah.
Just my opinion only. That and $5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah. Joe says there was another case like the Wells one that happened in 2018 in Tennessee. Oh, wow.
And then in the Wells case, I think it's the mother's sister, the little girl's aunt, went missing a few years ago.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of strange things going on with that family.
There was like a comment that the dad made. He's pretty much, going on and he assumes that she's already gone. She's already dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like for me, I would cry and say, please, God, bring her back to me.
Exactly.
I don't give up hope. I will not give up hope. As a parent, you do not give up hope and say, I just assume she's already dead.
Yeah, he said that, and that was like the day that she disappeared. He was like, "Oh, I'm sure somebody took her. I'm pretty sure she's dead
Yeah.
by now."
Or maybe
You know,
he's
that
already.
doesn't sit well with me either. And then the
It's,
whole thing with
my
little
mom's
girl's
family.
hair had been cut short. The mom had shaved her head. Now the theory is that they had lice, and
Yeah.
that's why they did that. But again, I've heard of people who have taken children and like in a mall or public setting, and that's what better way to sneak a little girl out of a place that's been abducted than to make her look like a little boy. Been cases
Right.
where somebody nabbed a little girl, took her into the, say, the ladies' room, cut her hair, uh, spray dye, and looks like a little dark-haired boy instead of a little blonde-haired girl. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things about that Wells case that doesn't bode well for me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the preschool teacher, or not the preschool teacher, but the Sunday school teacher said, like, she would do anything to have her in her arms. Like, that's what a parent is supposed to say.
Right.
Right there.
And yeah, there was no emotion, just very flat responses. They looked more inconvenienced than
Like
anything.
they already know. Yeah, like they already know, and
You know,
they just want it to be swept
and
under the rug and
there's
done.
so many ways it could go. Was there an accident? Did they sell her to somebody? I mean, that goes on. Human
And
trafficking
you
and
could
stuff
be
that
true.
happens,
And
and
you could
that's
be true, Joe. I mean, I'm only saying my opinion because I guess as a mom, you know what I mean? I don't know, but I've never been in the situation, and please God, I never want to be in the situation.
yeah.
So I just,
And I
I
agree at
don't.
some point, but this was like the day that she went missing. They were talking to the father, and he's already talking past
Oh,
tense, and
yeah,
I'm sure she's dead. I think somebody took her, and that wouldn't. You should. Let's get her back. Whoever's got her. Deal with us. You want a ransom? What do we have to do to get her back?
yeah. That's what
Instead of just, oh well, she's gone.
I mean. It's hard because we don't know. I mean,
And it's hard to pass judgment on somebody because you never really know what you would do unless you're in that position. But I
exactly.
think I would behave much differently. I'd be, like I said, crying and begging for the return of my child.
I think I would be in a loony bin because I would go nuts. But then again, yeah. I mean, if you're in shock, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
But anyways, I mean, that's just not a fun. I'm sorry, it's not fun, but I mean, it's an interesting. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, yeah. I have people say, "What's your favorite missing person case?" I was like, "Well, I don't really like to have say a favorite, but there's certain ones that fascinate me more than others." Same with the true crime. I do true crime stuff as well. People, who's your favorite serial killer? None of them, but there are certain
definitely.
ones that I like reading about and studying about.
I'm upset. I'm always going to be obsessed with the John Bonet case.
Hmm.
It's a big
And that
mystery,
was one
and
of those, right at the beginning, I followed it every day. I'd look at the news and see,
mhm,
hoping to get some word that she'd been found or somebody had been arrested,
yeah,
and it never ever happened. Same with the Dennis Martin case, that disappearance, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, 1969. I was 6 years old when that happened, almost six, and I followed that from day one, and that was just the first time, that as a child that I ever got my head around, bad things can happen to kids. You can go missing and never show back up. And at that time, Knoxville had two newspapers. The morning paper was the Knoxville Journal. The evening paper was the Knoxville News Sentinel. We got both. And every day I'd scour the papers looking for word on this little boy who was about the same. He was a little bit older than me. He was a few months older than me. And we only lived like an hour or so from the Smokies. And I've been, all over that. Where Spence Field, they'd hike from Cades Cove up to Spence Field. And I mean, even in my little childlike mind, I thought, well, he could have wandered down here. It's only an hour away, but that's an hour by car. But I actually got out on my little Schwinn Stingray and pedaled up and down the country road where we lived, looking in the bushes for him. And
oh, wow.
somewhere I've got like at least two scrapbooks full of newspaper clippings about that case. And That was one of those they never found anything, no trace of anything. Um,
Oh man.
I saw his dad, much later on in life, and he was absolutely a broken man, and he died
Mhm.
on my birthday a few years ago, and no closure, none whatsoever. And every year around the anniversary of the disappearance, the local TV channels there in Tennessee, East Tennessee, would usually have him on to talk about it. And I remember one time he said that he always hoped that one day there'd be a knock at the door, and you go to the door and there'd be a good looking man there and say, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Dad, it's me. It's Dennis. I've come home." But it never happened. It's talk about something that just tears your heart out.
Exactly. Exactly. Joe says the first missing child case he remembers since in the 80s, the Walsh child.
Yeah, Adam Walsh.
Yeah, very popular one.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember when that happened. And
Share.
I think they kind of blamed that one on Otis Toole, who traveling partner and best friend of Henry Lee Lucas.
Oh, wow.
But I don't. Toole claimed that he did it, but I don't know if they ever were able to
Yeah.
100% say that. A lot of those guys would claim
Mm-hmm.
uh, to have more victims than they had to get special treatment for
Welcome.
copying to a case so they could close that one. Hey, there's the mermaid, and Chris
Hey.
Jarvis. Hey
Hey.
guys,
Hi, guys.
some of my people coming in.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You guys
And
modded up.
got more coming. I thought I messaged several people, and let's see.
I wish Steve would come on like every once in a while or whenever he wants to just to talk about missing cases. This is so
Oh,
fun.
absolutely, yeah, I'd be more than happy to. That's my bread and butter. That's what I do on the other channel. We've got several different series over there. Land of the Lost, where we cover cases that have been not necessarily cold, but there hadn't been anything active on them for some time. And then we cover. We've got one called Currently Missing. Of course, we try to get it out just within a day or two of somebody going missing. A lot of times those have a happy ending. And then we've got the National Park Mysteries and Disappearances. We usually do 10 unsolved on those. We'll pick 10 cases from national parks. A lot of people go missing in the national parks.
That's the thing is why? Is it because it's
Angel
so
Deanna
like
Paranormal. Hey, Steve.
huge?
Or, hi there. She said hi, Steve. An Unseen Paranormal podcast. That's my buddy Eric. Go check out his channel and podcast. Eric, I haven't had time to look today. I was on with Cisco Murdoch last night, and she'd messaged me a few days ago and said, I want to do an episode about Ghosts of the Titanic. And I said, okay, that sounds like fun. And I didn't really know anything about it. I've seen some of the exhibits. And so last night we're doing Ghosts of the Titanic, and we got really involved in it and found out a lot of neat stuff. Well, at the very time we were going live, and I mentioned the Luxor exhibit in Las Vegas, it's haunted. Supposedly they've seen a lady in black, and also the one of the guys that was supposed to report the iceberg that was late, letting them know where it was and could have been part of the cause of the crash. They've seen him there. And then in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, there's a Titanic museum, and they've got like 400 artifacts, and they've seen things there. Well, while we were streaming live, we were talking about the place in Pigeon Forge, and the iceberg wall there collapsed and sent 3 people to the hospital while we were talking about the curse of the Titanic. Now, is that coincidental, synchronistic? It was creepy. Cisco's like, I hope we didn't cause that wall to fall on those people. But it
Joe
was
saying,
very strange. So, um, one of the things they bring up coal from the shipwreck, and you can actually buy pieces of it. That's the one affordable memento or souvenir, if you can even call it that, from such a tragedy um, that you can purchase. That's reasonable. And supposedly, the people that have ordered pieces of coal have had like visions of a guy that wearing work clothes and dirty, like somebody that was shoveling coal into the boilers. So we're going to do a Titanic paranormal challenge. I'm going to order a piece of coal, which is, the actual thing, and then some replica stuff from the Titanic, replica boarding passes, menus, things like that. And we're going to put it all in a box and we're going to send it around the country. I've even had some people in other countries offer to get in on it and just let it stay, a few days or weeks with each person and see if they experience anything. Because there's cases of people having sent the lumps of coal back because they were so disturbed by events that started happening in their home. So that's coming up probably in September. We'll be able to do that.
Oh, Joe asked, have you researched any cases of missing people that could possibly be involved with something in the realm of paranormal?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of them are. Some of these places where people tend to go missing, multiple people, not necessarily at the same time, there will be a paranormal element. Now, there's different schools of thought. There's talk of portals. There's talk of Bigfoot. There's talk of UFO abductions. There's even the theory about the Fae folk that the Fae, in especially in the Celtic lore, they were known to take people or lead people into the woods with fairy lanterns and things like that and get them confused. And they were never seen or heard from again. And we've got a series called The Missing and the Fae. It's I'm recording part 4 right now that kind of delves into that. And when you look back into the Fae stuff, it's especially in Celtic times, it was almost a religion. I mean, those people absolutely believed in it. It's something that you have in other countries as well that they believe 100% in some sort of small human-like people. The Nordic legends have it. In places in Scandinavia, they'll build a road around an outcropping of rocks so they don't disturb the trolls that live inside. The Native Americans, like the Cherokee and the Great Smokies, they talk about a race of little people that they used to battle with, that they finally made peace with, but they don't like them and they don't go around them or trade with them or anything. But if you look at the Fade, I'm not talking about the Disney-fied Tinkerbell and those kind of fairies, but the actual Fae that exist in the literature from years and years ago. They're not very nice creatures, and you have all sorts of different ones. Some of them are like elemental type creatures. I think Bigfoot fits within the scope of a Fae. So do UFOs. There's some of the Fae stories talk about flying craft in the skies that were connected with the Fae. So that's I mean that's weird, and you get a lot of snickers. But people that readily believe in UFOs or Bigfoot will kind of laugh at you for talking about the Fae. But I just it is what it is. I can't say that one's any more right than the other, but it all does kind of overlap and dovetail together. But there's a lot of paranormal aspects to some of these cases. The Especially the ones where people are found in places that have been thoroughly searched. The bodies will only appear to have been deceased for 2 or 3 days, but the person's been missing for weeks. Where were they all that time? Um, Another thing, a lot of people are found near boulder fields, and there's some examples of looking like they've fallen from a great height into that boulder field when there's not any cliff or anything for them to have fallen from. Well, there's several Native American legends. Can't remember the name of the Indians out on Mount Shasta in California, but they have such a thing. Um, the Algonquins in New England, and there's some tribes in Africa that talk about mountains that eat people. They believe that there are rocks that can open up, swallow people, crush them, and then spit them back out. So if you'd been inside a boulder, it crushed you and spit you back out, you might look like you'd fallen from a considerable height and landed in those rocks. A lot of people go missing while near berry patches or even while picking berries, and that's another thing. That's the phase. Not only is it their food, but according to the literature, that's where they have their meetings, and also they mate within those berries. So when you're in there picking berries, you're taking not only their food, you're keeping them from getting their groove on or whatever. So it's really creepy when you start looking into it, and just um, people wearing red tend to go missing. You'd think that would be just the opposite. That red would be easier to spot, but a lot of people uh, wearing red have gone missing. People that go missing tend to be on one side or the other of the intelligence spectrum. You have functionally autistic people that tend to go missing, people that are essentially nonverbal. And then you have the other end of that, you have people that are very, very intelligent PhDs and scholars and things like that tend to go missing. Um, a lot of the missing people have Germanic descent or are from Germanic descent. And they also seem to, if it is something taking people, they seem to prefer people that are healthy, hardy, hikers, climbers, things like that. So, there's a nice mix in there, but then a lot of things that are very, very similar. So it's bizarre. Sorry, I'm taking over the show with
Oh, wow, thank
talk of
you.
missing people and some of my
Mhm.
uh, theories. But yeah, check out
Mhm.
Missing Persons and Mysteries. We delve into just normal cases, and then on the mystery side of that, we look at a lot of the paranormal and the supernatural aspects of it too.
We all love that. Tell me, guys. We love mysteries and paranormal and Sasquatch and everything. Love it.
And likewise, I'll subscribe to everybody's channel too that's in here in the chat. Thanks for dropping those links.
You guys drop your link so Steve can check you out.
And also on Friday nights, I do a campfire stories. Uh, Cassie and Carol and Laura Stevens were guests with Gemma and myself last Friday. So if any of you that have channels, especially dealing with the paranormal or anything like that, would like to come on and tell a true paranormal encounter either that you've had or that you know about or something that's regional to you, like local legends, things like that, let me know. I'll drop my email in the chat.
Yeah, definitely.
And always looking for guests. We use the same thing here that Cassie does, so we can have up to 8 guests at a time. So
It's so fun, guys. It
I'd
really
like
is.
to
I have a lot of fun.
come on and promote your channel to almost 100,000 of my closest friends. And
It's really nice of you. I love
you
that. I
know,
love it. That.
I love promoting. I love helping people out. I'm mentoring. Um, just my way of paying it forward and paying it back. Because I had people that gave me a break when I first started, and I like to encourage people. I've encouraged several writers and several people to start channels and things,
That's awesome.
and I see people that have that talent in there. I'm like, yeah, do it, come on. And I love to promote. I love to see people doing something different or something they're passionate about like this. You should have thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers. So I'd love to help get you there.
That's awesome. How did you guys grow so quickly?
That's you got me on that one. When I joined, it's only been about a year and a half ago. Bill had already started the channel and he was ready to abandon it. He just uh, he doesn't like to talk. He doesn't have the narrative skills. He's not somebody that can talk and talk and talk like I am. But he had seen my video about the Great Smoky Mountains. I had a 3 or 4 parter about disappearances there on missing person, or I'm sorry, on 13 Past Midnight. And he left a comment, like, talk to me. I want you to come and narrate for my channel. And I get a lot of stuff like that, and I'll go and do a guest narration or something like that. But when I went over there and looked, he had like almost 10,000. To me, that was a big deal. Like, wow, you got 10,000. Yeah, I'll come and narrate for you. And then once we got started working together, people really digging it. And somehow I became the voice of the channel. Apparently, a lot of people like my voice. For whatever reasons, and some of them to go to sleep or to get their mind off their pain or their anxiety or whatever. And that's fine for me too. I've put myself to sleep before when I'm editing stuff that I've done. But yeah, it like I said, it just took off, and I
Yeah.
think this time a year ago we were probably about 30,000 or something like that, and now we're just a few, like 500 subs or so from 100,000, and I'm amazed how that YouTube play button that you get the first one, that first tier there, 100,000. That to me, that's going to mean more than any certificate or degree or any award that I've ever got. That just because it's something that I love, something I enjoy. Well, thank you, Missy. She says I have a very soothing voice. I hear that. I've never liked the way I sound. I don't think most people do like the way they sound, but I always think I sound like an educated hillbilly, and that's exactly what I am. Grew up in Appalachia, East Tennessee, went to the University of Tennessee, have degrees in English and art history, both of which, and $5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Some great channels up in here, guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to check some of these out. Some of these I know already, like the Unseen Paranormal podcast. Go check him out. He's another Tennessean. He's just doing some amazing things over there. But
Oh, Randy has
Amber's,
something paranormal going on in his house. Randy Tritt right there. He's trying to film it and going on in
cool.
his kitchen. So he's got spirit in his house.
Joe says he used to
Pretty
live in
cool.
Bristol, Tennessee. There are a lot of strange things in the Smokies and on up there into that part, like the Tri Cities area. I used to have to drive through there. I lived for a short time in a little place called Mountain City, Tennessee, and it's right up in the very northeastern tip of Tennessee. You go a few miles one way, you're in Virginia. A few miles the other way, you're in North Carolina. And there's a lot of creepy stuff up there. It wasn't too far to go on to Brown Mountain, North Carolina. If you've ever seen those lights, or if you ever get the chance, if you're close by there, it's definitely worth checking out. That's the strangest stuff I've ever seen. It happens all the time. But there's also a Roan Mountain up there where there's a fireball. I had a person tell me about a cave on Roan Mountain where there's spiders as big as house cats.
Oh my
And,
gosh.
and
Oh
that's
gosh,
that's the
no.
bodies. That's not counting the spider's legs. I'm like, I'll
No.
take a hard pass on that one. I mean, I'd like to see one just not up too close, but one would do it for me. I mean, a
Oh, and
spider
it's
like
creepy.
that, think how far it could jump and how fast it could run. And I'm not a fan of spiders anyway. I'm happy to cohabitate with them. They can have their cobwebs up in the corner because they do
Oh
catch
goodness.
mosquitoes and gnats and things like
Hi,
that. But
Jesse.
if they get on me or in my bed, then all bets are off. Best case scenario, you get escorted out the door. Worst case scenario, it's a funeral at sea. I flush them
Oh
down
yeah.
the toilet. Now that's for non-venomous spiders. Anything venomous is dispatched immediately.
Yes, yes, definitely. You guys, if you have a rural paranormal story, please email Steve. He lets people come up and talk about their paranormal stories.
Yeah, you can come on the campfire stories that I do on Friday nights, or we have another very popular feature called listener stories, where people just write them out and send them in, and I narrate them. So you can come on and tell it yourself, or you can send it to me and I'll read it. You can remain anonymous. Either way, even if you come on like to the campfire stories, you don't have to be on camera. You can just do microphone. You don't have to give your real name.
And it's just a lot of fun. Love hearing the real stories, like real, actual paranormal happenings. What was your email again?
Steve Stockton 81 at gmail.com. Let me go ahead and type it in the chat here.
Randy, you should email Steve about your paranormal stories. They are so cool.
There we go.
Anybody else that has any paranormal stories, can email him. I think it's really cool.
I just heard back from Gemma. Yeah, she's going to be with her niece until late, but maybe next week she'd like to come and join you. Jim's got a good energy. She was one that I discovered her just through content. So commenting on my videos, and I went and looked at her channel, and I'm like, so I saw something there. Just she's got
She does.
talent. She's kind of a diamond in the rough, and I encouraged her and mentored her and stuff, and she's doing really, really well. I helped get her a book deal, and then her channel's doing really well. and she's
Love
our
that.
head writer for Missing Persons and Mysteries. We've got a writing staff of 5, I think now,
Oh, let's
and
drop her.
she
Let's
just
drop her down.
automatically just boom, 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 and she can knock out quality content fast, and she knows how I like to say things and how I
Yeah,
word things and stuff. So there's nobody else I'd rather have put words in my mouth because her stuff just it always shines through.
that's
Pretty
good.
much all of our most popular videos, she wrote them. When I started out, I was writing and narrating and stuff, but it's nice to have other people to do it now because
Exactly.
it was
Um,
time consuming to sit and write and have quality stuff. But when you've got 5 people pumping scripts out and
yeah.
still quality material, and then I like that. And then Bill does the heavy lifting. He edits everything together and puts in all the graphics and the music and all that, which
And you're
I
the
can,
you're the
I can,
voice.
yeah, I'm the voice and the face of the channel, and I'm happy with it. I show up and read my bit, and then it's none of my business. It's like, don't please.
Guys, please check out Gemma Jade. She is amazing. She does the true crime too, right?
Yeah, she does a little bit of true crime. She does ghost stories, paranormal stuff. She does missing people, and then she also does like some makeup and household hint type things. She does a little bit of everything. But
And she's gonna be doing some cards too.
yeah, we're gonna be doing. In fact, tomorrow night we're gonna do a stream over there and read some cards. She started out. She was reading tarot pretty
Okay.
heavily. I bought her several decent tarot decks, and then when I started getting into the oracles, she caught that bug too. And it's so easy to do. Once you start doing it, it's very addictive, and there's so
Oh,
many
it is.
amazing decks out there.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
happy to be back reading again, even though I didn't read the oracles before I did tarot in the past. But this feels more natural to me, and it's not as draining as tarot can be. Some of those tarot readings take a lot. Yeah, look at this. This is my goals right here. Look at this collection this lady has here. I've got maybe a dozen decks, another half dozen or so on the way.
I have
Uh,
about
do
50.
you have a count there, Cassie? How many decks do you have?
I have around a little over 50. That's all I have right
Wow,
now. Those are my
that,
tarot.
that's
Those are all my
still amazing.
oracles. And then I got some more true crime that I'm reading. I'm gonna get Steve's books too, guys. Steve has some books too that I need to get. Hi, Jared. Make sure you guys drop your links, okay? You're all welcome to drop your links, and Steve will check you. Steve will come check you guys out
A
too.
lot of cards. I was just thinking I'm going to have to get something to start storing mine in. I'm running out of room, so
I'm just using a CD holder right now, but you could use whatever you want.
yeah. I was looking at a thing on Amazon. It's meant to hold cell phones. I didn't know why anybody would have that many, but apparently it's for like a classroom situation where the teacher will take everybody's cell phone at the beginning, and it's got little slots that you can drop them in. We didn't have cell phones when I went to school,
Oh,
but especially during testing or something like that, they'll take everybody's phone and keep it on their desk in a little ramped slotted thing. And I'm going to check the measurements, and if my card decks will fit in there, that'd be great. It would hold like 24 decks. So that would be enough to get me started. But I may have to do some kind of shelving like you've got. I'm a big IKEA fan, and they've got some stuff over there on their website that looks like it would fill the bill nicely.
there you go. Yeah, it's perfect. Like these little shelvy things. I stick them in there.
Somebody's asking what conditioner I use on my chin here. I'll see if I can find it here. It's a Mountaineer brand beard oil. Get this on Amazon. The scent that I use is Timber. It's smells like trees. There's hints of pine, fir, cedar, and something else in there. It's about I think I paid $7 or $8 for that on Amazon. And a little dab will do you, as they used to say, and it lasts forever. It's kind of messy though, so I don't do it as often as I should have, or as I should rather. But
I might need to buy that
that
for my
works.
mustache.
Well, they say that it's ladies can use it on their hair and stuff too, and for ladies that don't shave anywhere on your body. It's good for leg hair and underarm hair too, is what their product manual
There you
says. So
go.
you just want to smooth yourself down and smell like lumber, then there you go.
Yeah.
And it's I forget where that's from. It's I can't see here. This
Yeah, Warren.
it's dark in here. Let me turn my flashlight on. Made in Martinsburg, West Virginia. So it's made in America,
Mm,
handmade in the mountains of Appalachia.
there you go.
But that's a Mountaineer brand. And they have like also beard balm and other things for gentlemen. There's so many different brands out there. Yeah, I know. Chris Jarvis says, "Gasp, Steve, don't let Gary and Dave know." David Scott on Space Out Radio, he's always talking about his brand of beard oil and how Gary the Dutchman, the guy that sells it, will give you a deal. But the only thing about that, it's from Canada, and the shipping costs almost as much as the beard oil. So sorry,
Oh,
Dave, but I can get mine off Amazon, made here in
yeah.
America, for half what I would pay Gary the Dutchman to send me some from Canada. But
Yeah.
that's one of Dave Scott's sponsors. Is Mighty Moose beard oil from
Animation.
somewhere in Canada.
There you go. I don't know what deck to use tonight. Hmm. I know deck. Let's see.
And yeah, just it's going through a rough spot right now. Some days it looks good, other days it looks like it's trying to crawl off my face. So it's having a difficult beard day at the moment, but
Bad
it's
hair
getting
day.
there. It's getting there. Yeah. It's I don't know if you can see the end of it. It's all the way down on my chest, and that's probably about a year's growth. I've trimmed it a little bit here and there, and the hair, I think it's going on 2 years. I haven't cut my hair in 2 years. The
Oh,
one barbershop that I went to, I live in a little town called St. Helens, and the place I like to go to here went out of business. I was gonna grow my hair out long enough and do locks of love, but I don't know if there's anywhere around here that does that now or not. So
oh yeah.
eventually I'll cut it, but for now, I'm letting my freak flag fly.
There you go.
I was standing out my driveway the other day. My landlady lives just down the road, and she walks by. She doesn't say hi or anything. She just yells, "When are you going to get a man's haircut?"
Yeah.
She's old school. She's in her 70s and
Oh,
doesn't like the long hair on men apparently.
yeah. There she is. I can.
Pam Smith, hey, good to see you, Pam. She's another one of my regulars.
There she is.
And said Melissa Nicole and Jeanette Sanchez would join us. I messaged them both, but haven't seen either one of them yet. So,
Aw.
Cassie, I apologize. I'm just kind of taking over here. I'm
No,
talking
no, no, no
way
apologize.
more than the host of the show. So
I'm not
you
much of
can
a talker unless I'm reading.
you
When I'm
can mute
reading
my
on my
mic or
card,
tell me to shut up at
no,
any time.
no, no, we love it. That's a good thing, guys. If you're gonna, be um good on channels, you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
talk.
Uh, my father used to accuse me of being able to talk until I thought of what I was going to say, and I think that's I probably have to own up to that. So it was always good, like a debate club and extemporaneous speaking and stuff, where when they give you a topic, you got 5 minutes to prepare. I'd like 5 minutes. That's not a challenge. Just give me a topic and let me go right then.
I'm pretty quiet. No, I can read. I can read all day long. But if I don't have nothing to like a script or something to read, I'm really quiet. Pretty much.
What Pam? I always blame Gemma. Now Gemma can talk a lot too, and Cisco Murdoch. I had a show with the both of them one time, and people in the chat was like, "Oh boy, Steve, you're not going to get a word in edgewise tonight." But I like that. I understand what Cassie's saying. I like when even if it's my show, my stream. I like somebody with me that can talk a lot. That way, I can talk, and if I just want to let them talk, then there you go. We got somebody. Anything's better than dead air.
Mhm.
But sometimes Jim and I we get excited. We'll talk over one another. That's the only thing we have to be careful of. So one of us will say something, and it'll make the other one think of something, and then in our excitement to get that out before we forget it and move on to something else, we
That's
interrupt
good.
each other. But we do have a good rapport.
That's good. You work good together.
Yeah, we've got a chemistry. People gave us like a Hollywood couple name. They call us Stemma. That's
Love
Steve and
it.
Jim have put together. We've got some merch coming out with
Emma.
Stemma on it. And
Awesome.
we've got a private little challenge going on when we get our merch together. She said that once they sell a certain amount of T-shirts, and we're keeping that number secret just to make
Oh,
it fun. But once we sell a certain amount, she has agreed to get Stemma tattooed on her backside.
you better get to
And I'm
buying,
like,
guys.
you better be careful with that one. You know, what if we're not always popular? What if we, cancel culture being what it is, we could suddenly go from being the darlings to the pariahs. So, but she said she'd do it, and she came up with the idea. So when we get the stem up merchandise,
That's
just think
neat.
of it as putting a tattoo on Jim's butt.
I
We
just
have a lot
love
of fun.
it. That's good. That's good. I like Gemma. She does great on her channel too, and your channel, and your other channel.
Yeah. And yeah, tomorrow night we're doing a show on Dizomify's channel called Real Evil, which was like the worst of the worst of true crime stuff. And they had to take like a life break and take care of some things, so we just moved Wednesday nights over to her channel, and we're calling it "This Is Not a Talk Show," but it is a talk show. But we just
Oh, love it. Yes, make
um,
sure you guys check out Gemma too.
and that'll be on her channel tomorrow night. We're going to do some. We've just been kind of doing whatever, but we already have a stream on Sundays where we do that on missing persons and mysteries. We have fireside chat where we just talk about what's going on, what we're into, what's coming up for both of us. Uh, See, get ideas from the chat about where they want to see us go next and things like that. So we kind of already have a talk show that's not a talk show.
Yeah.
And so Wednesdays we've decided for now we're going to do the Oracle stuff while the Real Evil show is on hold.
Thank you. Love cards. Love cards.
But I hope you'll come and join us. Cassie, you can come on stream with us if you want to. The more the merrier.
He looks like Santa. Aww. Oh, you like Claire. Claire's silly. Claire's a silly. Claire, check him
Thanks,
out.
Santa. I've been accused of that before. I've had people ask me if I was going to play Santa, but I knew a guy back home that did it. He was a biker guy, had a big full beard. He was cross-eyed in one eye though, so he kind of made a funny-looking Santa. But it was taxing for him. I took my daughter to see him when she was about 3 or something, and after she got her picture made or stuff, we were the last ones currently in line. And I said, "Well, how's it going, Santa?" And he's like, "Whew, Santa needs a shot of whiskey and a Xanax." He said, "You wouldn't believe some of these kids." He said, "I've been pinched. I've had my beard pulled. I've had one kid punch me for not bringing him a pony last year. I've been peed on, thrown up on. One kid had a nosebleed." He's like, "I don't know if I ever want to be Santa again." But the one I've thought about doing is Santa Paws, where you dress up like Santa and people get their pets picture made with Santa. Now that I could do. I would like that, I think. Although I don't know. I know a guy that did that in Las Vegas, and people would bring in like snakes and lizards and spiders and things for him to have a picture made with. So I like, please, only dogs and cats. I don't want to hold your anaconda for your Christmas card. 'Cause, 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 And a lot of people kept tarantulas out there. You could go a little bit farther out in the desert and just find them in the wild, the smaller ones. But no, that'd be a no for me. And a friend once that I let him talk me into holding it. I'm holding this tarantula. Forget what it red banded something. I don't know. So I'm holding it in my hand, and all of a sudden it takes off up my arm, and
Oh my
before I know
gosh.
it, it's all the way up to my shoulder. And I'm like, if you don't get this thing off me, I'm
Oh
going
gosh.
to knock it across the room.
I couldn't do it.
I was okay just holding it. I'm holding it out here, like, oh yeah, I'm holding a spider. But then when it took off, it took off. It's like, and just the feeling of those hairy
Oh
little
my
legs
gracious. Yeah.
crawling on you.
Oh no, thank you.
Mhm.
Missy, are you ready for your reading? Are we ready, Steve?
Yeah, that's
Let's do it.
okay. So you're going to go first.
Do you want to go first, Steve?
That's fine if you want me to.
Steve first.
Who am I reading for?
Missy. Missy, are you still here? Let's see, Missy. Missy might have left.
Yeah, there she is.
There she is.
Okay, I'm going to use the dark mirror. I say it like I'm from the south because I have dark mirror. We use the dark mirror oracle deck. There's a cover, a picture of the cover, and according to what it says on the box, a spiritual mirror for those who are not yet shining in the light, but are still surrounded by darkness. So, by examining yourself in the dark, you can see what it'll take to get you into the light. That's sort of my takeaway on that. So let me give these a little bit more of a shuffle here. And how many cards are in this? And I don't have all these memorized. I'll have to do the expanded definitions out of the book. Let's see. The book's nice. It's in several different languages, but I have to find the English part here.
Take your time.
32. Okay. All right. I've got a good shuffle on them there, Missy. Pick a number between 1 and 32 for me, please. And that's how many cards I'm going to count down to what will be your card. There we go. I had to clear my throat. 27. Okay. And there's your card right there. Let me put these out of the way here. If I drop them on the floor, Mr. Mulder will make short work of them. He likes to tear up paper. You got actually the 27th card down in the shuffle that I did there is actually card number 23 in the deck. And it's called Revenge. Give you a look at this here. I'm working on a thing called a card cam where I've got another camera over here, and eventually I'll be able to put them, like lay them down where you can see them. But beautiful artwork on there. Not sure if I'm holding it in the right spot there. I think you can kind of see it now. And let's see what it says about your card in the little guidebook. It is time to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Visual Seed, a complex magic glyph, illuminates the ground as a pale woman dressed in black seems to surge from it. She has blood crimson eyes, a white flower garland, and two plain swords. Her wings are made of withered branches. The sentence to reflect on: there is no white night, but there can be a black storm woven by fallen angels. Now, to go dark on this, to enlighten yourself, what if there was a place where there is no more time for words, no more sense to bargain or negotiate, no more survival instinct to accept fear or ponder or consequences? It's a place we can reach at the limit of our abuse, with the last spark of our dignity surging up as a powerful black flame. We cry, we hurt, and we strike to destroy. We destroy not for ourselves because we are gone. We destroy for the fairness of the world. We destroy because if there is no sweet justice, then there can at least be cruel revenge. We destroy for those who came earlier, for those who would have come later. We destroy, and as we destroy, we forsake ourselves. There is no going back, because going back from that requires much more than force. Yeah, that's a darkly interesting card there. And I think what I would take away from that, this may not necessarily be talking about a relationship, but sometimes, there's that old story about Vietnam where they had to destroy the village to save it. Sometimes you have to destroy things. Sometimes you have to burn those bridges in order to go forward. Because once you burn that bridge in anything, not just a relationship, but anytime you go over a bridge and burn it, there's no way to go but forward. You set it up so that you can't go backward. And that's my take on it. Now, it may mean something else entirely to you, but that's just the feeling I get. Destroy to create. And I don't think it means destroy in a malignant, malevolent way. It's just, tear something apart and make something new out of it. The ultimate recycling. Again, only my opinion. And as I like to say, remember, the cards don't compel, they impel. There's a difference. So compel, you're forced to do something, whereas if you're impelled, that gives you a possibility of what can happen. This is it's kind of an incentive, but again, you're the master of your own destiny, and what you choose to do is entirely up to you. The cards just offer you a little friendly insight sometimes. Okay, did make sense to you, Missy? Well, that's what matters. You're quite welcome. Thank you.
That's awesome. Look at him coming here and be so good. I'm like,
I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I take it back. I used to read tarot before, but with the one card oracles, that's a totally different thing to me. But I really connect with this deck, and all that after I read the definition. That's just me, but that's a lifetime of my experience put in there.
oh, unseen paranormal. Let me write you down. Jill, are you still here? Jill, are you still in the house? And Carol, are you still here? Claire loves your voice. If you want to hear more of his voice, go over to, what is it called? Mysteries and
Missing Persons and Mysteries.
Missing Persons and Mysteries, guys.
Claire, I've had a lot of people ask me that if I could do something like that, and that's coming up. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been busy with the book deadline and all the other stuff I've got going on. But I'm going to do some audio recordings. I've licensed some guided meditation scripts that I'll be recording, and I'm going to put that up on Bandcamp so that it's you don't have to pay if you don't want to. I had people approach me to make an app, and they wanted to sell it, and they were going to make all this money in subscription service. And I just, I backed out of the deal. I don't want to do that. I would rather put it out there. If somebody can use it and can listen to it, and if you don't have anything to, donate or whatever, then you don't. It is what it is. I don't want to put something out there that could possibly help somebody in some way and have it behind a paywall. That just doesn't seem right to me. if you want to donate, donate. If you can't, then God bless you. Have at it anyway. So, hey, Jeanette Sanchez, I was talking about you earlier. Wondered where you were. Glad to see you join us.
Sweetly, Jeanette. Sweetly's here. Jeanette's here.
Sweetly Morbid Bear, another one of my regulars. Good to see you, Sweetly Morbid.
Thank you
I
guys
think
for
she's one of the I don't care bears, I think. Sweetly Morbid
coming.
Bear. I like Sweetly Morbid Bear and her gothic sensibilities.
If you guys have a channel, make sure you drop your links, okay? Jill, would you like a sacred forest? I have sacred forest. I have Mazalia. Oh, sorry, Mazalia. I think Steve would do great on this deck right here. Mazalia, the dark deck. And I have the sacred
Yeah,
forest.
that's one of the ones I've either got that one ordered or it's sitting in my cart on Amazon. But I'll have that one shortly. I like that one. That appeals to me. I like the darker things, especially there's a little glimmer of light in there.
I have the love cards. This is my most used deck. Love cards. This deck is amazing. And I have a bunch of them, whatever you want. I do have the Oracle of the Seven Energies. I love Colette Baron Reid. Love, love, love Colette Baron Reid. And you guys, if you would rather have Steve do a reading for you, just let us know, because that does not bug me. That's up to Steve. I mean, if Steve doesn't mind.
No, I don't care, but I don't want to take over. I want you to do something too. Just trade off there. I don't want to come in and do all of them or anything.
The dark deck? You want to try the dark deck? He wants to try the dark deck. Okay, so let's start mixing them.
And while you're doing that, if y'all would excuse me for just a moment, I need to let my little dog Mulder outside. He's tapping on my leg, so he's got to go. I'll take myself out of the stream and mute myself here, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry. He's used to be not doing anything on Tuesdays, so he's like, Dad, what's going on? He knows my routine, so
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
This is a beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. This is the dark deck. Jean the Maid. I'm just gonna show you guys a couple of it. And it's beautiful. The Keeper of Whispers. Poet of Avon. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but I mean, look at this dark, beautiful deck. Okay, so I'm gonna start mixing this deck for you, Jill, okay? And if you would like a reading and you just came in, please put a 1 in chat, okay? So we can get you guys on the list. This one's for Jill. Mixing them, and we got our positive energy going. Mixing them. You got your, if you do have a question, you have it in your head for the spirit guides, okay? And whenever you're ready, if you could give me a number between 1 and 36. Katie, welcome, Katie. Welcome, everybody. You're always welcome to drop your links and check everybody out. I hope you guys all check out Steve's channels. You all can do a reading on me. I just hope it's funny. Okay. Joe, I'm going to write you down, okay? And Joe, please drop your link so everybody can check you out. Guys, make sure you check out Entity 7 Paranormal. So right now, Jill is going to pick a number between 1 and 36. So Morbid Bear, we're going to write you down. Who else? One second. Let me write them down really quick. Chris, I already have you on the list. Katie, let's write you down. And I think that's it. I think I got you guys. Mayred, I already have you down too. Joe, I have you down. Okay, so we're gonna pick count out number 13 for Jill. I like the number 13. Yeah, guys, drop those links. Guys, check out Carol. She does some amazing, she narrates some amazing, scary stories. And Joe dropped her link. Carol, you're gonna be next, Carol, okay? Amber does cards as well. She's amazing. Okay, here we go. $13 from this gorgeous dark deck. All right, Jill. Jill got this card. The Martyr. The Matron of the Blind. Martyr. Look at the back of them. They're so pretty. Sorry about that. Not pretty. So here is your very dark card. Martyr. Matron of the Blind. And let me read it for you, okay? Isn't that pretty? Oh, oops, sorry. Jeanette, you too. Okay, I'll write you down, okay? I'm going to write you down, Jeanette. Okay, here we go. So you got honesty, shame, and restitution, Jill. Let me find your card. This one's a lot like the Dark Mirror because it does it in English and then it does it in other languages. Martyr. Okay, here we go. So, in Mazalia, the affliction of blindness represents a blindness of the soul. Mortals who in life believe themselves extremely keen-sighted may find themselves so stricken upon their death. If they live their lives in ignorance and delusion, their actions untampered by pity and compassion. It is the task of the martyr to care for these souls, to guide them to reflection upon their sins, shame at their previous selves, and restitution through thoughtful service and care for others. Once such a soul can see their own faults and weaknesses and effects of one's actions on others clearly and truly alone for them, only then can this blindness be cured. The martyr invites us to look clearly upon ourselves and our deeds and see the blindness in our souls so that we may not be eternally stricken. Wow, that was really, really deep. I hope that made sense to you, Jill. Beautiful, beautiful card. I love it. Right? Goodness gracious, I love that. Okay. Did you like that too, Carol? Oh my God, this deck is so deep and beautiful. I love it. Mazalia, the Oracle of the Souls. Okay, that's for Jill. Carol, you're gonna be next. Is it okay if Steve reads you? It's his turn to read. Wasn't that intense and beautiful? I love, love, love that deck. You're welcome. Or Carol, would you like me to read one really quick for you while he's letting the doggy out? May Reed, could you please drop Steve's links, please? Or somebody? Please drop Steve's links. Okay, Carol, what would you like? Bubbles! Hi, Bubbles. How are you? My new deck, would that be the Sacred Forest? I can't remember what my new deck was. Is it the Sacred Forest? Remember. Oh, you want the shaman's dreams, or the Sacred Forest? Sorry, guys, my chair is so loud. Shaman's Dream. Such a beautiful deck. Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much. You guys are all welcome to drop those links. And please check out Steve's too. You want the forest? Okay, let me get you a forest. There's Amber's Paraworld right there, guys. Oh, thank you, Amber. Thank you. Sacred Forest. I'm going to start on this beautiful, beautiful deck, the Sacred Forest. Let's see. Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
Steve,
Sorry for that interruption.
Oh,
We're about an hour in, and Mr. Mulder knows that once the show starts, then in an hour, he thinks it's time to go outside. And he has to make sure the yard's free of squirrels, and my property's gated. He goes out by the gate. I say he's checking his pee mail, and then he formulates a response and then has to run it through smell check. So,
Carol, I'm going to grab you after Steve does Chris's. Is that okay?
Okay. Who am I reading for? Chris?
Chris.
Chris Jarvis?
Yeah.
All right, Chris. Let's see what the dark mirror has to say when we hold it up in front of you. Let me shuffle here. See what we have for Chris. All right, Chris, pick a number between 1 and 34. Get over here where I can see the chat. Where's the chat? Here we go. Be sure and smash that like button, everybody. Doing good so far. 32 likes. It does help Cassie's channel, helps the algorithm take notice and get it out there and recommend it to more and more people.
Thank you.
And I want to say hi to a couple of people that are lurking that I know are listening in that just may not be comfortable in the chat, but you know who you are. Hello and welcome in. If you want to come in and get a reading, I'll be happy to do it for you. Eric, I think Cassie put you on the list. Unseen Paranormal Podcast. I think he's on there somewhere. We're not moving through them too quickly here. Is Chris still here? If Chris doesn't answer back in a couple of minutes, we'll skip and come back. Hey, there she is, Katie, one of my favorite Canadians. Bubbles Butterfly, hello to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see who else that came in my absence while I was letting Mulder do his thing. Don't see anybody else that's new. There you are. You're already in here, Katie. I thought you were lurking. Okay, I got your message. And sometimes Katie likes to lurk. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I'm glad you came in, Katie.
And Jeanette, while you're here, if you want a reading, I'd like to do one for you too, only if you want me to.
There's Chris. I'm going to mute.
25. Okay, good number. Okay, there's your card, Mr. Chris. And it doesn't have a gerbil on it. I have a running joke with Chris and his Jarvis's gerbils, but he doesn't really have a gerbil for him. You got number 19, Parasite. Now, that's not necessarily a bad card. Let's delve into it here and see. Let me make sure that you can see it here. Where I'm looking now, there's on a delay. And number 19, let me flip into the handy dandy booklet here because I don't have all these memorized. Far from it. How could they make the print any smaller in this? I've got on my reading glasses even. Okay, number 19, the Parasite. The visual seed there, the picture. A long-haired man with a pale-faced, heavy eyelids. A dull golden chain drapes over his forehead. Around his body and through his body, a poisonous ivy grows and clings subtly to him. The sentence to meditate on: what can't survive alone will seek company, but instead of growing together, they will wither together. Now, the darker reflection on that: relationships are not a zero-sum game. Of course, using each other is part of the game, but it's quite different when we take the shape of supporting rather than manipulating or exploiting. In the long run, a good relationship is a win-win, where the more I give, the more I get, and the other way around. Still, it's not always like this, is it? Not just in bad relationships. In the short run, bad is bound to happen, even in the house of true love. We cling, we bite. We hunger for safety and freedom and support. And on the other side, we get mangled, bitten, demanded on. Well, it happens. It happened, and it will happen again. It's a part of the game. But if it happens too often, it creates a toxic environment. It doesn't matter if we are the victim or the perpetrator, as poison is shared equally. One gets the pain, another gets the advantage, but the toxic part they both get, fully. A parasite, a leech, kills itself as much as it kills the host. It sacrifices the journey to the destination, and then the destination to its own failures. The problem is not living as sheeps, but the true problem is living as a sheep for 100 years. So, kind of an interesting card there. The thing I take on that is that it's okay to be supportive and to rely on one another, to depend on one another, to need one another, but not to the point of codependence. You can be your own person and be in a relationship and be supported and get support in return. And it should be give and take. It should be equal. And I've been there where it was give and take. I gave and she took. But in a perfect ideal relationship, which I know your current relationship status, I think that's what you have. I think that both of you have learned from that parasitic, toxic business in the past. You've grown from it, and now you know how to make it work the way it is. Hope you take something away from that, Chris. But I consider that a good card.
That's beautiful.
Are you there? Still, Cassie said you were going to go check your P-mail. So
I'm back.
You probably don't run yours through a smell check though, like Mr. Mulder does. I hope.
I know. Oh goodness gracious! I'm older. Hi, Rod. Oh, hi, Roger. Would you like a reading too? I don't have you down. I'll write you down just in case, okay? And Miss Carol is next. And we have Miss Jeanette down too. Okay, so I'll go with Carol. We're focusing our positive energy. I was kind of waiting for Chris to. Oh, Chris said yes. Okay. I can give their response.
Bubbles Butterfly said she went to buy some camo pants, but she couldn't find any.
They were
Silver
invisible.
camouflage. But if you were able to find them, just put them on and wear them out of the store. Nobody would notice.
I love that. Okay, Roger. Steve, I like that. I gave, she took.
Yeah, that was a version of give and take I've had in the past. But you do. You learn from it. You burn that bridge and take what's left over and build a ladder to the next one. You know, it's just life's too short and likewise too long to be in a bad relationship. You know, it's just
True.
so. Sometimes you have to cut your losses and move along. I've been there a few times myself, but in the end, I think it makes you a better person for it. You learn, you grow, you try not to make the same mistakes again.
It's how we learn in life. Carol, we got that positive energy going. You do have a question for the spirit guides. You can do that right in your head. And when you're ready, could you give me a number between 1 and 52? You guys are awesome. Drop your links. Make sure we drop Steve's links. And if anybody wants to drop Gemma's links, please.
And don't forget, Carol has got a great channel too. She's got some very interesting stuff over there.
My best friend. I miss Carol.
Subscribe to her as well, and we're Facebook friends too now. Get to see all those grandbabies. Love it.
Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful deck. Okay. From the Sacred Forest, Carol. Here's the back. Here's the front. Got Forest, Temple, Enlightenment. Ooh. I bet you Steve could do so good with like this deck too. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Sweetly Morbid. Okay, where's Temple? Let me grab it. That one is for you. Yes, it sure is. 19. We go. The sound of delicate chanting fills the forest. You follow the sound. As you walk down a meandering path into a small clearing, before you, a forest temple becomes visible. As you get closer, it feels the chanting is penetrating deep into your soul. Something seems to be shifting within you. Everything is the same, yet everything is somehow different. Meditate on the light within you and around you. Connect with the ever-present energy of the divine. Right now, your awareness is increasing. Your ability to understand the world is shifting. More and more, you can see situations from all points of view. And this creates an expansion in all parts of your life. So this card can also reflect times when you are seeing the world from only your personal point of consciousness, which is dramatically restricting possibilities for you. A one-sided adamant view of life can block a vast influx of light and joy and connection to the Creator. Strict adherence to your beliefs can obstruct wonderful opportunities from flooding into your life. Be willing to step aside your limited points of view and see the world from other perspectives, and your life will expand. In temples throughout the world, initiates withdraw from their surroundings in order to gain an expanded perception of the inner reality of life. Intuition and healing abilities emerge during these times. Light is flooding into your life right now. With enlightenment, you will feel the expansion from a limited sense of self to an awareness of the cosmos around you. The spirit of the forest temple says, positive changes are coming. You are lightening up. Feel buoyant and free. Your connection to spirit is deepening. Old beliefs about you, who you are, and what you deserve in life are falling away, replaced by incredible new paths. I felt that one. That was beautiful. I hope that made sense to you, Carol.
It was a good card.
Isn't that a beautiful deck? Beautiful, beautiful card. I love it. That was for Miss Carol. Let's see. You already did Chris's. We are on Warren. We are on Warren. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you so much. I love reading too. I know Steve does too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm new to the Oracle side of it, but I'm having such a good time.
It is. It's so addicting and so fun.
And I'm already addicted to buying decks.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I'm going to drop Deanna's new channel. She's got a new channel that we're going to be working on. And you guys are all so awesome. You go live tonight, right, Steve?
Yeah, I'm live tonight at midnight Pacific time for Ghost Stories at midnight.
Everybody that's here, I hope you guys join us. I look forward to it every night. He does ghost stories every night at midnight Pacific. It's just a lot of fun.
I usually go in and do a monologue. I'll talk sometimes as much as an hour or more, and then I play the stories. And I haven't picked out what stories I'm going to play tonight. Those are all in the public domain. They come from LibriVox.org. They have volunteer narrators, and they take these stories that might otherwise disappear that are in the public domain, and then they narrate them and then release the narration into the public domain. They've got a really good collection of horror and supernatural fiction over there, and we have a lot of fun.
I'm going to drop Steve's link for 13 past midnight, guys, and he goes live. I think it's every night.
Yep,
Every
so
night.
far, this was 180 nights in a row. Actually, 181. There was one night that I went live, but I didn't do any stories because my computer was down. But tonight, I think we have Short Ghost and Horror Collection number 53. And just give you a quick rundown here. Got The Alchemist by H.P. Lovecraft, A Bit of Wood by Algernon Blackwood. He's one of our favorites. The Black Cat, Edgar Allan Poe. Also by Water from Algernon Blackwood. Candlelight from Louise Garwood. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. In the Cliffland of the Dane by Howard Pease. Creatures of the Night by A.P. McMahon. The Ghost in the Captain Brown House by Harriet Beecher Stowe. A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf. And about 10 more from different authors. Total running time on that, 7 hours, 11 minutes, 15 seconds. So, yeah, it runs all night, overnight. And again, you can come and chat. You can come hang out. A lot of people listen to it to sleep. And thanks, Todd. Yeah, we do have some classics on there. I'm heavily into like the Poe and Algernon Blackwood. Ambrose Bierce is another favorite. Uh, Lovecraft, we run a lot of his stories. He was an undisputed master of the weird fiction, I think, and then some of his influences that I've been able to find. So have a lot of fun, and it's somewhat literary, but it's a good time anyway. If you enjoy books and ghost stories and horror fiction, it's you can't go wrong.
There you go. Good job. Sorry, Joe. "21 in the house. I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here with me and Steve."
You got 36 likes. That's good. Anytime your likes are higher than your number watching, that's a good thing.
Yay.
Although it'd be great if it were both. I'd love to have 36 in here, but we're not going to complain over 20. That's good.
I'm happy. I'm happy. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's all fun, and I like this here. It's chill. Everybody's friendly. There's a lot of good energy here.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't seen any trolls or anything in the couple times that I've been
Yeah.
here. So
Every once in a while, I will get them. I mean, we all do every once
yeah,
in a while. But mainly, we just, block them and move on.
yeah.
Keep it positive.
That's why on my channel I say you're only a stranger once. Everybody that shows up 2, 3, or more times, I just make them a mod, so that way when a troll does wander in, they see all
Mm-hmm.
those blue wrenches and they run the other way.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm hoping people will come in and have fun and not be a troll. If they.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way some people have their fun, but that kind of spoils it for everybody. That's the anonymity of the internet has emboldened a lot of people to say things with a keyboard that they wouldn't dare say to your face.
Exactly, Katie. Exactly. If they're
Yeah,
going to troll, block, boom, just move on. Keep it positive and fun. We are on Warren. Steve gets to read Warren.
oh, is it my turn again?
Yeah, it's your turn.
All right, Warren, give me a number between 1 and 34, please. I'm just going to stick with this Dark Mirror deck for now, since
It is
I'm
really is.
getting used to it. And some of these others, I like to open them up and read through them and read through the book and get to know them before.
Yeah.
And the other day, when I read from these cards, I had just opened the deck, and I was surprised at what a connection I have to the cards just automatically. It usually takes a little bit of time to build that relationship with the deck. So I'm gonna use these for a while until I can get some of these other decks out and studied and broken in. But and I have got some other little things here I may do later.
Yeah.
So Warren, if you're still here, give me a number, sir, between 1 and 34, and we'll hold the dark mirror up to you and let you see what you see. Okay, 11. What does tomorrow hold? Boy, that's a good question. And the 11th card down is the 27th card of the deck, Fragmentation. Hold that up there where you can see it, hopefully. So next time, I should have my card cam set up and you'll be able to see these a lot better. Hope to have it set up by tomorrow night. It's kind of a very dragonfly type thing. I'm not sure. Let's see what the book says about it. 27. Fragmentation. I need to get a little reading lamp in here. I'm using the light from my phone instead. When rage is projected inward, destruction joins confusion and we break. What you see there in the visual, what seems to be a cold iron coat rack is topped by a broken stone statue of a fairy, visible only from the chest up. Stone roses are at her breasts. A crack cuts her face and her body. A jewel is on her forehead, and silvery insect wings stand at her back. A crescent golden slice of the moon is like a halo behind her head. It is possible to glimpse, suspended in the void, also the hands of the stone fairy. The sentence to reflect on: losing a sense of self is a crescendo of noise, a decrescendo of pain, and a prelude to nothingness. To go dark and think about it: if I were to cut off my legs, would I still be me? If I were to carve out my heart, would I still be me? If my flesh were to turn to stone, if my lungs were emptied of air, if my dream to fly were to be forced in chains and hanged out like an expired balloon, would I still be me? I fought and lost, broken, beyond recognition, not by the shallow sight of bystanders who can pity but who can't understand. I cannot even recognize myself. Through the sobs, through the tears, and when silence finally comes, through the empty motions and the conventional smile. Who did this to me? I did, maybe. Maybe not. What is broken can be mended. Not so that it returns whole, but at least until it tells its name anew. My name. And who will do that to me? I will. Now, my takeaway on this is yes, we suffer, we go through things, we let things break us, we do things to ourselves that are detrimental, and we break ourselves from it. But you can put it back together. It's kind of like the $6 million man. We're going to make him, we're going to put him back together. He's going to be stronger, better than before. Look at it that way. You may be fragmented, but then you take all those fragments and build something new, something better, make the you that you want, not the you that outside forces or other people have forced you to become. You do it for you. You live your life for you. Be who you want to be and what you want to be, and don't let people tear you apart. That's my take on it. Your mileage may vary, but that's what I take away from it. Hopefully that means something to you there, Warren. If not, double your money back.
That's definitely for you, Warren. Definitely.
I don't know anything about Warren, but hopefully that's some good positive energy for him there, even through it's kind of shadow work there. But again, it's the dark mirror deck. It holds the mirror up and through the darkness shines some light in those areas.
I feel like oracles do a lot of shadow work, don't they?
I think so. I definitely think so. I mean, even because that was a really dark card, but then there was light at the end of the tunnel, and it wasn't an oncoming train. There was, some hope there and something positive to take away from all the negative that it kindly pointed out. You can use positive affirmations, or you can use the negative for affirmations too. Like we
Yeah.
were saying, that's how we learn, that's how we grow. We
Hmm.
know what hurts us, and we know to avoid that.
We need to hear what we need to hear the truth. True. Yeah. Like, not just, rainbows and sunshine.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was going to put it a little more colorfully, but I was thinking,
Yeah, definitely.
rainbows and unicorn farts was the
Yeah.
just the, just the phrase that came to mind. Sorry, I'm a little crude sometimes. I'm just
That was good.
uh, hope I didn't
Good.
offend anybody's sensibilities here.
I don't know how to say her name. May Reed?
Mermaid.
Marie.
I call her mermaid because it rhymes with Maraid. That way I can read. It looks like Mareed to me too. Maraid. It's Gaelic, I believe, for Margaret. Isn't that right, Maraid? She's from the UK, Nottingham.
May. Okay.
There you go. Makes sense, Steve. After my divorce, I became a musician. I'm telling you, I'm right there with you. I'm sitting here in a room with 14 synthesizers, two guitars, all kinds of effects pedals, amps, outboard effects, recording stuff, mixing desks and stuff. And, that was never anything that I would indulge myself before. I haven't been married in a long time, haven't had a girlfriend even in years, but now I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying the fruits of my labor, and uh, those are the things that make me happy. That I enjoy that and doing what I do here. Now the noise stuff, the sound design, as I like to call it, I do that for film and TV and stuff. But it's nice just to be able to, and that's an affliction that particularly to guitar players and I think keyboard players, synth players, you can never have enough. And same with cameras. You probably know what I'm talking about there, Cassie. Back
Uh-huh.
when I had a photography studio in Las Vegas, I was a professional photographer for
Oh,
several
really?
years out
I
there.
didn't
Yeah,
know that.
had my own studio, and always needed, well, I need these lenses and I need that tripod, and oh, those lights look good. And just, it's one of those things where you never, ever finish.
I wish
And then a
I.
lot of times I would use the same old camera and the same lens that I use all the time, but I've got all selection of other stuff if I need it. Sometimes you don't build a house with a screwdriver. You need the tools to do the job, and you can have too many tools, but that's better than not having enough.
I like to do music night too, guys. So if anybody does play, come on up and play for us. Roger did. Randy does. It's a lot of fun just to play for everybody. Have you seen Mac K? Welcome. That must be from you, Steve.
Music soothes the soul, especially when you're the critter. Have you seen Macaque? I don't recognize that name. That's
Okay.
maybe somebody
Welcome.
just wandered in. But
Yeah.
if you are somebody that came over from me, then hello, and otherwise,
Yeah.
welcome in, welcome back. I
Okay.
don't know you by that name anyway.
Welcome to drop that link. Oh, and also, guys, please drop Steve's links every once in a while, please.
I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Warren says 13 harmonicas, 4 guitars, and 2 amps. Indeed, music can save your life. It's a solace. It's a lover that'll never leave you. I can pick up the guitar anytime, and it's right there, just where I left off. Same with the keyboard. I like. I'm not as much musical as I like to do. Not so much composition, but the underlying stuff. Like
Okay.
the stuff I do is like for horror and uh, drama and that sort of things. Like the stuff that you're not supposed to even notice that's being played there.
You guys, that's how I feel with photography, picking up that camera and just
Yeah.
making art. I love
Carol
it.
XO says that's a dog. That is true too. Mulder is my best friend and constant companion. He never gripes. He never complains. He don't care if I put my feet up on the furniture or if I leave dishes in the sink.
Aww.
Not that I do any of those things, but he wouldn't care if I did. In fact, I'm just the opposite. Can't tell it because I've got all this stuff piled behind me, but that's because I'm redoing my studio. But I'm a neat freak. I'm one of those persons that I can't sit down and relax and enjoy dinner unless I've cleaned every pot and pan that I used to cook dinner.
I like that. That's really neat. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Carol. Let's see. Oh, Marade. So I did bring, there his channel is, guys, Missing Persons and Mysteries. One of them. And he has 13 past midnight. And I can't say it right. What is her name?
Maraid.
Marade. I'm
Maraid the
sorry.
mermaid.
I'm so sorry. I have the spell casting. I have Mazalia, which is the dark deck. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
My turn, I think. Okay. I have
Yeah, I just read for Warren.
Moonology. I did bring a couple others over. I know I probably shouldn't, but I did. Unicorns. And pretty soon, Steve's
Do you have
gonna
a
have.
mermaid deck? I know that there are mermaid
And
decks.
I do have a. I have a mermaid deck here too. I
Just a
have a
suggestion.
mermaid.
I'll let Maraid pick, but
I have the animal. Oh, this one here. But I think Steve has this one too. That's right, guys.
Oracle of
Uh,
the Fairies. I have that one ordered. I haven't received it yet.
and let me grab the mermaid one too.
Warren, do you have a channel? Do you have music on your channel? I'll certainly check it out.
I can drop
I love music. Music is the soundtrack of my life, and I like a little bit of everything. I was born in the early '60s, and like music from even before I was born up to some current stuff. I'm not big on a lot of the newer music, but there's some good stuff out there. You just got to dig a little harder for it. But particularly the '60s, '70s, and '80s were my decades that I. It still bothers me when I find a good station on the radio and they're playing '80s, new wave music, modern rock, and then I hear you're listening to oldies, KOIN, and I'm like, no, 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 this isn't oldies. I want to fight. But it is, you think about it, the stuff I grew up listening to in high school and college is now 40 years old almost. So, wow, where's time go?
What spirit? What was spirit? Oh,
I will come and check you out definitely, Warren. Does somebody have a link for Warren, or is it just same as his name there?
let me grab it really quick. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll subscribe with 13 past midnight. Even though I'm in here and this chat is missing persons and mysteries, I forgot I was logged in to that channel.
But you're all welcome to drop your links. So just, everybody can check you out, and Steve can check you out. There's Warren Floyd right there. Maraid. Okay, Maraid said spirit. Spirit. Which one is the spirit? Oh, the animal spirit?
Okay, got Warren open there.
That is a really good deck. Okay. Thank you, guys. This is such a really, so Maraid, this is a really huge deck. You wanted the spirit animals, right? So huge. I'm gonna have to cut it in half and mix it up. Let's see how many is in here.
Wow, Chris, that is hard to believe. Cypress Hill, 30 years old. Their first album. Yeah. Older you get, the faster those years fly by.
Start mixing them. Got our positive energy going. You have a question for the spirit guides, you can do that in your head. And when you're ready, if you could give me a number between 1 and 68. Music is amazing, especially when it hits your soul, which a lot of it does. $42. Okay, just mixing them up real good for you. See. Got my positive energy going. I think Steve has the same deck. It's a big deck, huh?
Which deck are you using?
The spirit animals.
I think I do have that one here at some point. I forget what I do have. I don't have that many. The Spirit Animal Oracle. Yeah, I've got that one right here. Colette Baron Reed. That's a nice deck, and it is huge. It's one of my more expensive decks.
Colette Aaron Reed is my favorite. I love her. Her decks are just so good. Oh, I mean, not that a lot of them aren't, but I just love Colette. Okay. Here we go. May Reed, a beautiful, beautiful card. Here we go. Look at that. You got the mouse spirit. You tend to the small things. The mouse spirit. Isn't that cute? Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to read it for you. 40. You're making your own deck, Carol. I cannot wait. I can't wait. That's so cool. All right. Here we go, May Reed. Here's your message. The humble mouse pays attention to the smallest details, and mouse spirit calls on you to notice the nuances and the fine print at this time. In your eagerness to meet your goals and pursue your dreams, it is easy to forget the importance of clear communication and tending to the little things, including people's sudden signs that they are unhappy, as well as the small voice inside of you that says, "This doesn't feel right." Take your time to sniff out what you need to know. Is there some detail or nuance about how you engage others or operate in the world that is key to your success, but you've too readily dismissed as nothing big or nothing special? The mouse spirit reminds you that what seems small may be more important and powerful than you think. So look again. Do not underestimate yourself or your potential for co-creating something amazing when you pay attention to all the details. And here is your protection message. Are you too caught up in the details, micromanaging others and stressing out because you want everything to be perfect? Are you procrastinating because you want every detail to be just right and losing track of time and your priorities? The mouse spirit wants you to listen to your intuition that tells you that the details that you fear or that you are overlooking will only appear. One second. Mouse spirit wants you to listen to your intuition that tells you that the detail that you fear that you are overlooking will only appear when you stop obsessing. Mouse spirit will lead you to the nuances that you need to notice and will diligently work to support you if you take a breath and trust that guidance will be provided. Small gestures carry great power right now, and maybe you need to take action toward discovering what is going on that you may not be seeing, or toward mending a relationship or a situation. Ask a question, do a little research, and listen for Mouse's spirit, little quiet little squeak telling you, "Look here, attend to this detail." Hi, Lisa. How are you, Lisa? I hope you like that, May Reed. May Mered, Mered, Mered. I'm so sorry. Merade.
It took me a while to get to where I could say it right every time. I still call her the wrong thing sometimes.
You can drop that link, Miss Lisa. Good, Marade. Marade. Welcome back, Bubbles. You don't have Steve up here. I hope you go and check him out, guys. 13 spirit. I mean, not 13 spirits. 13 past midnight and mysteries and murder.
Missing persons and mysteries. Close.
I keep saying it wrong. Missing persons and mysteries. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It's a mouthful. I didn't name that channel.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you so much. She's dropping Steve's links. Lisa, would you like a reading too?
Thanks, Carol.
Steve, don't cry.
I think it's something in the corner of my eye there. I think it's a hair or something.
Thank you, Katie.
Behind
Thank
my glasses.
You. That was for, whoops, did I hit something? I thought Steve did that. I'm like, Steve, how'd you do that? But he can't do that. He can't lighten them up. Oh, that was weird.
Oh, I can't put the comments up there. Only you can do that.
I must have accidentally touched it.
I've done that before and sit up there and I asked Gemma was on it. Did you do that? And she's like, no. And I said, I must have done it accidentally then because I didn't. And what was up there didn't have anything to do with what we were talking about. I'm like, why is that up there?
He said, drop that link. Everybody can check you guys out. And please check out Steve's channel. Both of them. Thank you for coming. Missing persons sucks. One in like a word. Oh, sucks in people. Yes. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, so it's like true crime. The more you hear about it, the more you read about it, the more you learn. And it's like the paranormal that there aren't any answers. That usually research only brings about more questions. So I've given up looking for answers. I'm looking for more questions now.
Yeah.
And so Charles Fort said, one measures a circle beginning anywhere. So it's one of those things you can start at any point in time or any area in the country or the world, really, and just start delving into it. And it does absolutely draw you in.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Can't get tired of mysteries, any kind of mysteries, true crime, cold cases, all kinds of things.
Yeah, indeed.
And I like that he says he keeps asking questions. You know what I mean? Like, I love that. Amber, are you still here? We have Amber, then Eric, then Joe, then Morbidly Sweet Bear, then Katie, then Jeanette, then Bubbles, then Roger. Oh, Roger didn't want one. And if it's like a certain time, and if you need yours, just let us know, okay? Because I know some people it's like 3 a.m. Right, Steve? Some people it's like.
Yeah, let's see. It's 6 here on the West Coast, so that's 9 on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Like 5 a.m. I think in the UK.
Exactly.
So yeah, I think that's right.
That's what some people say. Hey, I have to go to bed soon.
It was like 2 a.m. I think it's 2 a.m. in the UK.
Yeah.
I know I can't math in my head. I know they're 8 hours ahead of me here, so yeah. It'd be 2 a.m. there.
Exactly. There she is, Amber's Para World, another great channel and another card reader and paranormal.
I think I subscribed to her, but I'm going to check and make sure.
Okay.
And if I didn't, I certainly will. There's found some good channels through here. Just you got a great community here, a good group of people. It's all very, very chill, laid back. There's no egos, no.
That's one thing about who I like to be around is where we can all empower each other. There's no competition besides yourself. My only competition is me.
I love that. And it is, and a lot of times, especially in like the Bigfoot and the UFO communities, it gets so toxic, and there's fights, and that's like people that go to church, a church fight. Some of the ugliest fights I've ever seen were church fights. Here are people that are supposed to be worshiping, and they're carrying on, and
Exactly.
they're like
Yeah,
stabbing each other in the back and gossiping and talking about one another and sowing derision and strife. And just,
exactly.
I will remove myself from anything like
Mm-hmm.
that wherever I am, whether it's a YouTube community or a paranormal community or
Exactly.
anything like that.
I will help other channels like readers. I will, share them out because it doesn't take away from me. Just like you, Steve, we help other channels, even if they're doing the same damn thing, because it
Yeah.
doesn't take away,
No,
it
there's
doesn't.
kind of crude, but I like to say there's room at the trough for all the hogs.
That's
It's like
right. That's right.
I promote a lot of channels. New Zealand Mysteries, she's another good one that does amazing disappearance. Looks into the missing people and stuff. There's other channels. There's one that we're promoting right now over on Missing Persons Mysteries, and I can't remember. Missing Unknown, I think, is the name of it. And this guy does like all the artwork, like everything you
Oh
see. He
wow.
illustrates the cases, and it must take him like hours and hours and hours to do a single case. But he's got some really good stuff. And just it's all about just spreading the love and the positivity, and having a sense of community here. And
Hi,
I
Dixie.
know some of the people, not necessarily some of the researchers, but some of their fans get a little overzealous sometimes. I've had other people's fans attack me and say, "You're stealing so and so's stories," or "How come you don't credit so and so?" It's like, I get my information the same place they do. It's all in the public domain. You just have to dig
Exactly.
for it. Me or my writers or whoever. We have all these sources. We have the Charlie Project. We have NamUs. I've got a subscription to newspapers.com. That's fun to go in. You can dig back like into the 1800s, and then pull up cases and stuff.
Yay.
So, and then with the internet, there's news outlets and galore, and you can find essentially information on anything. So there's no reason to copy anybody else or
Exactly.
plagiarize anything. And missing persons and mystery stories, nobody owns those. Once it's out there, the police reports and all that, that's public domain. Anybody can take that and write or speak about it, and you're not stealing from anybody.
It's public domain. Exactly. You're doing your thing, they're doing theirs. It's not a competition. Exactly. That's how I feel with paranormal or readings. I'll
Mm-hmm.
help other readers. I mean, you're not competition to me. We are all
No, we're all working toward the same goal, and that's to maybe
exactly.
help somebody out or spread a little positivity or enlightenment or something. Just if I can make somebody else's life just a little bit better, even for a few minutes, then I've done my job.
Hmm. That's
'Cause to
right.
me, this is like a commission or something. It's almost um, a calling. To do this, like to do the live streams and stuff. I know we had April Arrington as a guest one day. Her son was Caleb Smith, who was went missing and was then found deceased, and we had her on. And man, that was a tough show because here's the mother of this. That had to bury her own child and had to basically she's doing the research and the detective work into finding out because the police just kind of gave up on it. And that was just it was almost like we had church over there that day. There were
Yeah.
a lot going on, and you have to take that into it sometimes. You've got to take something like that, just an unspeakable tragedy that's unfolded, and then use that to lift people up and help people and try to get her and her family some closure. So
Exactly.
it's I'm
Everybody
doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and the measure
Mhm.
of success that I've had, which is not great. I mean, the grand scheme of things, there are YouTube channels with millions and millions of subscribers, but just the fact that I've got 100,000 people that'll show up to anything I want to do, short of jump off of a high place to watch, that means a lot to me. Last 28 days we had over I think it's 1.25 million views. That to me, that's just amazing. That many
Mhm.
people in 28 days have listened to me. I never thought I would have that kind of
That's
audience and that
awesome.
kind of outlet. So I
That's
try to stay
amazing.
humble, and I'm not bragging. I'm celebrating. I just
It's good to celebrate
to
and
use
brag.
my platform to help others.
Yeah. You're proud
And
of
if it can be
yourself.
entertaining at the same time, that's just an added bonus.
Yeah. Exactly. So fun. I love helping, readings and love it. Let's see. Amber. Amber is next. I think it's Steve's turn. Yep, I think it's Steve's turn. I just did
Yeah, you read for Maraid the Mermaid.
Maraid the Mermaid.
Okay, Amber, let me get shuffled up here. Go ahead and think of a number between 1 and 34. I'll just continue with the Dark Mirror deck if you don't mind. I don't know, Amber. I did subscribe to your channel. Looks like you've got some interesting stuff over there, but hopefully we can connect and get you a good reading between me and you and these cards here. And again, remember, the cards don't compel, they don't force you, they impel you. They give you an idea of what could be. Ultimately, it's up to you where you go and what you do. You're the master of your own destiny. 15. Okay, 15th card down. Let's see what you got here. You got card number 7, Sacrifice. Hold that up there and get you a little look at it. These have got some, it's dark but gorgeous artwork on here. Oh, there's a reflection and a glare on it. Let me get my card cam set up. This won't be a problem. But card number 7, Sacrifice. Let's see what wisdom that card possibly has for you. Sacrifice. Even if I have to break apart, as long as it serves a purpose. The visual seed there, the painting. A beautiful female knight wears heavy armor. She holds a blade in front of her, and a blade of light slices across her face, showing the deadly seriousness of her stare, the mirror of her resolve. The sentence to dwell on: I have accepted my duty, and in my release I found freedom. There's a strong power in sacrifice. Our fears, our hopes, they're all chains to a small world. Our sense of self is a small, petty creature of uncertain resolve and shaky horizons. With sacrifice, we renounce our sense of self. We accept to being lost. We accept to be shaken and cut and bruised and hurt and burdened and locked and stricken and despised and gossiped and betrayed and be misunderstood and be left alone, to rot, to die, with just words of thanks while the world goes on over our broken dreams. But when we drown our sense of self to sacrifice, we are also a greater person. In that sacrifice, we are screaming, I exist, I make a difference. We accepted a price to pay, and we used our blood and tears as a currency. That gives us the right to stand tall. So hopefully that means something to you there, that it is sometimes about sacrifice, the sacrifice of self, the denial of what you want or what you need, even sometimes for the betterment of others, or just for the greater good, as they say. But again, through that sacrifice, that's where you, again, we're kind of hitting the same theme here tonight, a tearing down and a rebuilding through sacrificing and letting go of things. And that was something I had to learn the hard way, that a lot of times everything is just stuff. There's so much stuff that you can let go of that doesn't mean anything. A friend of mine has a bumper sticker on his truck that has the Om symbol and has a meditating elephant, and it says, let that crap go, but it doesn't say crap. And I agree, there are certain things there, just if you let it go, it'll unburden you. It'll make you lighter. It'll let you float up instead of holding you at the bottom. So hopefully that means something to you. Sacrifice, but through that sacrifice, you ultimately put yourself in a better place and able to serve not only your fellow people, but yourself in a better way. My opinion. Only. So hopefully that means something, Amber. And I want to do something different for you too. I've got some affirmation cards here, and I feel that for whatever reason, you might need a little affirmation in something. I'm just going to pull one of these out at random. There's no story behind them. Just they are what they are. Let me give them a good shuffle here and see what we pull out. Okay. I do not have to prove myself to anyone. Now, hopefully that means something to you, maybe something you've thought about, something you've struggled with. Be beholden only to yourself. Ultimately, you answer to you alone. And again, there's no backstory, anything on these cards. It's just a little graphic and a statement of affirmation. So hopefully that means something to you. Just felt compelled to do that.
Very good. I love that. It's good to stick that in there.
Yeah.
Positive affirmations. Hey, Roger. Thank you so much for coming.
All right, Roger. Hope to see you again sometime over on back here or over on 13 Past Midnight or Missing Persons and Mysteries. You're welcome, Amber. Said I hope that meant something to you. Hope you take something away from that.
Yeah, I have fun at both. 13 Spirits, he does like every night. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I mean, the other one is too. Don't get me wrong. Both of them are. But you're not live every night on the mysteries.
No, we go live on Fridays with Campfire Stories. That's at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. And then Sundays, Fireside Chat, where we just, Jim and I, sit and chat just with each other and with the audience, and kind of that's where we bounce ideas around, see what the audience would like to see us do next, and just a little bit of interaction. Literally, it's just President Roosevelt started those where he'd sit down in front of the fire and just chat with the people about what was going on in the country, and but it wasn't a formal speech like the State of the Nation address or anything like that. It was just a friendly chat, and that's where we got the idea from that.
Freaky, I'm gonna have Steve's links dropped. Please check him out. Please join us. Well, I'll go. I'm gonna go and chat, but you know what I mean. You gotta go see his channels. It is just a lot of fun. If somebody could please drop Steve's channels, I wanted to get him out there, and it's just a lot of fun, a lot of positivity, a lot of information, a lot of information. We should probably drop Gemma J too. I can drop Gemma. Hi, Violet. I'm going to drop Gemma Jade. She's amazing too. And we're going to drop the Steves too. Gemma Jade. Oh, I keep saying Hema Jade, dang it. Yeah.
I call her Jenna about half the time, and it really upsets her. Violet's Inspiration Soup Skyfari. Now that sounds like a fun channel. I'm going to open that one in a tab so I can subscribe to that.
Oh, did you drop your link, Violet? Yeah, she is. A lot of. She's very positive. I love positivity. Love positive people.
Good deal. Yeah, I can always use more positivity to counteract all the negative that we just happen across.
Yeah. There's Gemma Jade. She is amazing. And oh, you did it, Katie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And so does Sweetly Morbid. Thank you guys so much. I didn't have
You guys
to.
are on the ball. Thank you so much.
13
Best
past.
mods in the business.
Those are awesome. We have missing persons and missing persons. What is it again? I'm sorry.
Missing persons and mysteries.
Missing person and mysteries, guys. That link was dropped. And 13 past midnight. Please check them out. It's so fun. You're welcome, Freaky. And Miss Violet, please drop your link. And I'll write you down about Violet just in case, okay?
Yeah, those, Violet's channel looks really good. I'm looking at one of the thumbnails there. I see a kalimba and a bunch of art supplies. I've got stuff like that over in another corner. I've got untouched art supplies. I also paint and draw things in all my spare time.
And she sings. There's a lot of singing.
Awesome. Love finding all these neat channels.
Are you ready, Eric? I think that's right. Unseen Paranormal. Eric.
Yeah, that's Eric. And I believe it's your turn. I think.
My
Yeah.
turn. Okay.
Yeah, I just read for Amber.
Let's put a couple of these decks over. Really should only have like one or two decks over here. Eric. Eric, do you know what deck you want? And you're welcome to have Steve. Guys will not hurt my feelings. Arthur's deck. I have the Mazzalia. I have Spirit Animals, Mazzalias, which is a beautiful dark deck. Let's see. Shaman Stream. And let's see. Oh, I do have Archangel Michael's too. That's a great deck too. I have fairies, unicorns, monology, mermaids. And pretty soon Steve's gonna have like a big old stack of them. Which one do you
Yeah,
like?
I'm sticking with this Dark Mirror deck at least for tonight because I haven't really broken in any of these other decks. I've read a little from that animal, the Spirit Animal Oracle, but that's a big deck. I need to familiarize myself a little more with them. But those are some beautiful cards. I may do some of those tomorrow night. Eric says he likes the sound of Shaman's Dream. That's a nice deck. I've got that one on the way.
Oh yeah, the Shaman Stream is amazing. Okay. Here we go. LOL. Anna's new shot glass for her collection. It's beautiful. Okay. No, I don't know. I don't think it's a sugar skull. It's just a skull. I love skulls, guys. Love them.
While you're reading for Eric, I'm going to step away for just a minute. It's
Okay.
my turn this time to go check
Good to
my
see you now.
PP mail. I'm sitting there drinking coffee and Smart Water Clarity version, ginseng and green tea extract.
There you go.
Don't know that I'm any more clarified, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Here we go. Eric. We're focusing our positive energy. If you have a question for the spirit guides, you can do that in your head. I think it's really pretty, really. I have a lot of skulls. I love skulls. Love them. I'll show you. I got a new necklace today full of skulls. Frank. Hi, Frank. How are you? How are you doing? You're welcome to drop your link, Frank, okay? If you would like a reading, I can write you down. Frank, thank you for coming. Okay. Eric, we're focusing our positive energy. And whenever you're ready, if you could give me a number between 1 and 64. I'm doing really good, Frank. Thank you. Thank you. If you have a channel, Frank, don't be scared to drop your link, okay? I keep telling Mr. Joe here to drop his link too. Everybody. 48, okay. Got all our positive energy going. Make sure you guys please check out Steve. So much knowledge. So much knowledge. It's amazing. This great guy. He tries to help other channels too, which is so cool. I love that. Okay, here we go. There we go. I know, guys, I will freaking annoy you by saying, please drop your link. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Because you guys are amazing. And I want everybody to see you guys. And I love everybody getting to know each other. Okay, here we go. Here from the shaman's dream. You got horned cactus. Isn't that cute? Isn't that a cute card? Horned cactus from the shaman's dream. Here's the back. The horned cactus. Resourcefulness. I'm going to read it to you, okay? Okay, here we go. Eric. Blooming through resilience, resourcefulness, discovery. When nothing seems to be happening fast enough, or your ideas have dried up, you begin to question your relevance. I'm sorry, not relevance, your relevance. During these periods in life, you might feel like giving up, frustrated and resentful that success will never happen for you. The issue here, however, is a matter of perception. The horned cactus thrives in the barren desert scape, offering you the gift of water when it appears to be dry. If you look at its body, you see the natural thorns that protect it from predators and the elements. What you don't see are the deep roots that extend far into the earth, filling it with continuous flow of water. This succulent is a symbol of resilience, of resourcefulness, of your needs being met in spite of appearance to the contrary. It's a reminder of the courage and inherent wisdom needed to dig deep below and less than friendly surface that hides a rich underground world. Can you connect to this magical truth and trust? The desert is a mystical place filled with mysterious creatures, beautifully adapted to their environments. The horned cactus tells you to take heart. This journey is only temporary. I'm sorry. And you will soon be met with greener pastures. But first, you must acknowledge your inner strength and your fortitude as you're tested here. Be as the cactus, resilient and resourceful. I never even thought about that. That was deep. Wasn't that very deep and beautiful? There's so much more to the cactus. There's so much more. I love it. Beautiful. That was for Eric. I just got chills because I was asking a question about success, and this sounds just like what I go through sometimes with doing my podcast. I love that. I love that, Eric. If there's any way that you can share your podcast here, you're welcome to. You're more than welcome to. You're all welcome to. You're welcome. You're very welcome, Eric. Carol says, I'm here, but I'm multitasking. That's what she does, huh, Carol? Let's see. Let's see. For Eric. How you doing, Frank? I'm glad you came in. We're just reading some cards and chilling, and we were talking a little bit about everything, murders and mysteries. Whatever. Right, guys? And Joe is going to be next. Joe, do you know what deck you want? I have the dark deck, the Mazalia, spirit animals. I have Sacred Forest. It's actually Steve's turn, really. You're packing for your work vacation. Work vacation? You're going on a work vacation? Ooh, that's awesome. Katie just dropped a link. Is that for Steve? Yeah, make sure you guys check out Steve's Mysteries and Murder and 13 Past Midnight. Both are just some great, great channels. We have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun there. Any deck? Any deck? I could probably do one for you while he's checking his P-mail. Let me see. Let's see. Maybe the Kristen.
There, I'm back. Sorry about that. Mulder's like, well, if you're taking a break, I get one too.
No,
He's a
it's okay.
creature of habit. He knows when the headphones come off and, hey, it's time to go party. So got
Okay,
him back in. But while I had him outside, I was listening on my phone. And that was a great card for Eric.
Steve's like, I'm hurrying back. It's my turn.
Eric is too humble to say anything about it, but his podcast has grown just amazingly. I've been a guest on there. He does such good work. He has interesting guests. He has some big guests on there too. And what is it, Eric? I think you're in like the top 5% of Apple Podcasts or something like that.
Where do you go to find his podcast?
Really, any podcatcher that you use, you can find it. Let's see, I've got a couple of different ones I use. A lot of people just use the Apple and pull it through there. But I've got what's the one that I use? Podbean is the one that I like. That's just different flavor of the same thing. But Eric is he's knocking them dead out there, and then he's got a website there too. Top 5% of podcasts in the world, which is just amazing. He's just getting started, and he's a young guy too. So stick with it. I wish I'd started this years ago.
So if
Because,
I Googled it, like the Unseen Paranormal Podcast, it would come up.
yeah, you would find it on all kinds of different podcatchers.
Okay.
And then he has a YouTube channel too, I think. But I think since his is audio only, that most of the action is over on the podcast side.
Okay.
But you're welcome, Eric. But it's true, dude. You've got it going on. And he's also from Tennessee, so a double plus there. Place where I'm originally from and hope to get back to. And then I saw another thing in here that I wanted to address. Todd Brown was talking about not having the equipment, and then Bubbles came in there and said, "Hey, you can do it with a cell phone." And I know people that have made just fantastic YouTube channels with nothing more than a smartphone. There's editing programs for the audio and the video, and I've been amazed at stuff that people have done. I mean, having all the equipment's nice, and I started out like that. I just had what I had, and then later on, I invested money, and but you don't need a $500 microphone or a $300 audio interface or any of this stuff. Those are niceties, things that are fun to have, that can make it easier and make it better. But you can have a good quality podcast with a smartphone. I'm amazed at the technology that's available, particularly on iPhones.
Yeah, use what you have. If you have an iPhone, do it.
Use what you have and invest in your future. It's the content, it's the quality and the consistency that gets you noticed. And that's where we lucked out with missing persons and mysteries and why we've grown like we have. And it's just amazing. I mean, I'm blessed to be able to do this for a living, and I do better financially than before when I worked two full-time jobs. And I'm having the time of my life. This is great. It's not like work when you do what you love. I don't get up and think, oh, I got to narrate again today. I'm like, I don't sleep much anyway. I'm an insomniac, but chronic, lifelong. But I'll pop up after a 2 hour sleep, which is about all I get in any 24. And just I'm raring to go. What have I got to narrate today? What can I get into? What can I write about? I'm already thinking about my next books. I just turned in the manuscript for volume 2 of National Park Mysteries and Disappearances, and I've already started on. It'll be out August 17th, and then I've already started on volume 3 for that. It's going to cover. Let's see, volume 1 was Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I wrote about that because I knew a lot of stories. It was near and dear to me, and I've been all over that park. And for volume 2, I did California. Yosemite is the second most visited national park after the Great Smokies. So I did Yosemite, Mount Shasta, and Joshua Tree. Those are 3 very interesting, very strange places in California. And then for volume 3, it's going to be the Pacific Northwest with Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. A lot of disappearances, a lot of haunted locations out here, a lot of strange stuff out here in the Pacific Northwest. And Todd, it is indeed how one manifests. And that's what I did. I just started putting it out there in the universe. This is what I want to do. This is what I enjoy doing. How can I do it for a living? And just, again, quality and consistency. Just strive to get better every single time. Don't ever think, oh, I'm an expert. I'm the best there is. There's always, always, always room for improvement in anything you do.
Yeah, I like that. You don't have any books on you, do you, that you wrote that you could show off? You wrote I think
I've
you
got
wrote 6 books.
one here. Yeah, this is this one. This is I just had to have it laying here. National Park Mysteries and Disappearances. That's volume 1, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. And that's the only one I have around me. I've got more. I've got Strange Things in the Woods, which is stories that I collected over the years from friends and family and friends of family. And a lot of those are one-offs, just things that happened one time to one person, that sort of thing, like the stories that that you would hear from. And some of those, it was you had to kind of prize it out of people. They were afraid of ridicule, or people thinking they're crazy or they're drunk or something. But some really good stories. People have witnessed just some odd things out there. And actually, that one started as 2 volumes. It was Strange Things in the Woods and More Strange Things in the Woods. And then when I went with a traditional publisher last year, they combined both those into one and moved it up to a higher price point. I don't keep up with the business side of it. I just, when I get a royalty check, I'm like, yay, what could I go buy? And then my third book, which is now my second book since they combined those 2, is called My Strange World. And that's my personal experiences, things that I've experienced. And the way that came about after the first book and the second book, I would go on a lot of radio shows, TV shows, podcasts, and invariably either the host or if it was a call-in show, an audience member would say, well, these are other people's stories. Steve, what about you? Have you ever had any experiences? And I'd tell one story or another, and I just started thinking one day, I probably got enough to make a book. And I did, and there's probably enough to make another book. I've had a lifetime of paranormal experiences, starting when I was about 6 years old. Saw my first ghost, full body apparition. I'd had some strange experiences even before that, like when I was 3, but that was the one that really lit my fire as far as the paranormal and gave me a lifelong interest in it, because it didn't scare me as much as, what was that? And just started me on that lifelong quest into looking into these things. And I don't call myself an investigator. I have done that back in the 80s. I had a paranormal team that did some investigations and stuff. But now, if anything, I'm a researcher, but mainly I'm a raconteur, a storyteller. I like to collect these legends and talk about them. And I'm a legend tripper. I like to go to places where these things have happened and just kind of soak in the ambiance. I'm not going expecting to see the Mothman or expecting to find Bigfoot. Although I have gone on a couple of hunts for Bigfoot, only found some tracks, but have heard the tree knocks and the whoops and the howls, and have had rocks thrown at me by something in the woods that I couldn't see. So yeah, I've had all kinds of experiences, and it's been fun. It's been my whole life. So took me from there to here. Took me X number of years to get here, but this is where I'm supposed to be.
I think we could all just like sit and around a campfire and listen to Steve tell stories. I think that'd be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun.
That's what I love to do. That's apparently what I was made to do and born to do. I said I don't like the way I sound, but then most people don't. I don't have any of the tree knocks on audio, but I've heard other people's recordings of it, and it sounds just like what I heard. So I guess the biggest incident for me was in the Jefferson National Forest in Virginia, along the Appalachian Trail, not too far from Damascus, Virginia. And I'm a lot more careful than I used to be, but back then I did a lot of off trail stuff. If I had a GPS and a headlamp, I liked to night hike, and I didn't stay on the trails. I figured, the trails, that was for, just the tourists and people visiting the park and stuff. I had a real sense of adventure, so I'd just take off into the woods. And that night, I was somewhere in the Jefferson National Forest, like I said, near the Appalachian Trail, near Damascus, Virginia. And I kept hearing these knocks and whoops and stuff, and it was coming from different directions. So I thought, okay, there's more than one of them. And then in one area that I got into, suddenly the whole forest got quiet. Now, at night, it's pretty quiet anyway. But I've had that happen in the daytime where it's like somebody just turns the volume down. You don't hear the wind. You don't hear any birds. You don't hear anything. It's strange. It's like being in a vacuum. Well, that happened at night. And then I heard something hit the ground, and it was a round, flat river rock. And it had hit me before it hit the ground, and I didn't even feel it. And then I noticed there were more of them. They were flying out of the woods in different directions, and they would hit me and hit the ground. I picked one of them up, and it was hot to the touch, which was weird. And I was quite a ways from the nearest river. So I don't know if they ported there, or I couldn't see what was throwing them. And they weren't lobbed. They weren't coming in an arc. They were coming in on a straight tangent, like almost like they'd been fired out of the woods. And I thought, I probably don't need to stay in this area. This was a gentle reminder, we're going to throw a few rocks at you. And if you continue to stay or get closer, the rocks will get bigger or throw them with more force or something. So I turned around and hightailed it out of that particular area, and the rocks stopped.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I've always wondered about it being hot to the touch, if it was because of the energy that it was using. I mean, it was hotter than if somebody or a creature or something had just been holding it in their hand. It was, really hot to the touch, like it had been heated. So I think there was some sort of strange energy or something involved in it. Now, that's my closest Bigfoot encounter. Now, out here, I was over in Washington State in kind of the edge of the Gifford Pinchot National Forest, just inside of Mount St. Helens. And I was up above the snow line. It was I think it was March or April of a couple of years ago. And I did see what looked like a Bigfoot track up there in the snow. But sometimes it's hard to tell, particularly when you're right on the snow line there and it's kind of melty a little bit. But it did look like a huge bare footprint. And it's an area that's known for Bigfoot sightings and stuff, particularly on Mount St. Helens. If you've ever heard the story, there's a place there called Ape Canyon. And there was some miners that were trapped in a cabin by a group of big feets that rained boulders down on their cabin all night and tried to reach in and grab them. And it's an interesting story. They called them ape men because this happened like back in the early 1920s, I think. So before there was any public knowledge of Bigfoot or anything like that, although there are stories of those creatures that go back 17, 1800s and even beyond that. One of my favorites from Bennington, Vermont, there's an area called the Bennington Triangle. And talked about a stagecoach that had gotten stuck in the mud. And while they were trying to get the coach out of the mud, something large and hairy ran out of the woods, turned the stagecoach over, looked in the window at the people inside, then screamed and ran off into the forest. So guess he didn't like what he saw in there. So, and that's, 1800 and something. So those stories are out there.
I love that.
But that's the type of stuff that I like to write about and that I like to research and talk about.
I could read that. Yeah. We are on Joe from Entity. Is it Entity 7 Paranormal? Let's see. Are you ready, Steve?
Yeah, pick a number between 1 and 34 for me, Joe. Think of a question if you have one, or just get a general reading from the card. You can have something in mind or not.
There he is.
And it kind of works either way. So, yeah, number between 1 and 34, please. I'll shuffle here while you're deciding on a number and thinking of a question if you have one. And you don't have to state the question out loud. You can state it to the spirit world in your head. And somebody's asking about a dogman encounter. As far as I know, I've never had one. Now, like I said, I've encountered some things that I didn't know what were. I've had things that chased me, but I don't know in particular that it was a dogman because I didn't see it. 15 for Joe.
Never heard of Dogman.
And we have a card for Joe. If you want to hear some good dogman stories, look up a gentleman named Brian Bowden. He has a YouTube channel and a podcast called Nobo Boomy, and that's shortened version of Nobody But Me. And he's had some interesting dogman encounters. One of which he was hiking or camping or something, and he felt the call of nature, and he urinated on a tree. And shortly after he did that, he said this thing that looked like a dog on two legs just kind of stood up. He said it was about 8 or 9 feet tall and kind of challenged him. And apparently this dog man or whatever it was felt that, you're in my territory. How dare you pee on one of my trees? Because it saw that as him marking the territory for him. But he just kind of stood his ground. He said he felt like if it ran, that it would have had to chase him to establish dominance. And he just kind of stood there. And finally the dog man went away. And he said it probably went back to the other dog man and said, "Can you believe that guy? Did you see what he did? He peed on my tree." But Brian's a character. He's had some really interesting dogman experiences. Okay. Joe, you got card number 32, Today for Tomorrow. Shows a couple there, maybe twins, I'm not sure, holding hands. Let's see what the book has to say about card 32. And I'm going to give myself just a little extra light here. There we go. Today for tomorrow. Hope is in the present. It's the brick we use to build the future on. What a great sentence there. The visual seed, it says mother and daughter, or maybe twins, or the same person in different times. Red hair, a black dress, standing at the top of some stairs under the moon in the wind. The sentence to dwell on is, I want it some, I want it later, gently. Now, to go dark and look at the dark side of that, it may seem like a trade-off to sacrifice the present in order to secure a better future. That's what ants do. Or to sacrifice the future to enjoy a better present. Cicadas do this. Either choice holds a bitter taste. It's like watching a child play. Shouldn't she be studying? And if she were studying, will she regret not playing more when she's older? You meet a person you are attracted to. Do you go past and let it stay in the fantasy? Or do you make a move and follow it through to the inferior ending? The endless choice between regret and remorse. What if? For once, we turn our back to the dark. We do the unexpected and we shred it like a used dress. We can walk by the sea as no one is around as we skinny dip out of our worries. The present and the future are one single integrated connection. There is no choice because the road is only one road. What we are today and what we are tomorrow may be different, but it is indeed the same person. So now my take on that is, you can, like it compared the ants there, they work now so that they're taken care of in the future. They know they'll have plenty. They can survive the winter. or you can look at the kid that you would rather play and not study, and enjoy the time in the here and now for pleasure and enjoyment. Worry about the studying and putting aside for your future later. So either way works, but I think that the best tack there will be a healthy balance of both. Uh, like it said in the sentence there, some now, some later. Those candies now and later, have some now, save some for later. Enjoy yourself, but plan for the future at the same time. So you've got both, whether it's a relationship or finances or whatever. Do what you do here and now to make you happy, but put something aside for happiness in the future in case there are leaner times or harder times ahead. Again, just my take on it. I hope that means something to you, Joe. But overall, I think that's a good card and some sage advice from the deck there. You can have the best of both worlds because, like it said, it's ultimately it's all you, and it's really just one road between the present and the future.
It was a really beautiful reading.
Thank you. Oh,
I'm so
oh, Joe.
excited.
Joe says, "Well, dang, spot on. Good to hear it." And that's the cards doing that. That's not me. Just uh, the cards are the working through you. I'm just the vessel that's able to read what's on the cards. I don't have any special gift or anything. It's all out there. It's all in the universe.
But you still do really, really good. Like the spirits come, what do you call it? Like they come to you, or you know what I mean? Like you work with the
Yeah,
spirit.
yeah. There's. I think there's an attraction there, and if you're doing particularly light work or even shadow work, things will seek you out to work through you.
Really good.
And then
It's
the
really good.
reading, and then the personal interpretation. Now that's mine, but that's just what's being put in my head by whatever's out there. Again, those are my opinions and may or may not work for
Like
you. Your
Jeanette.
mileage may vary, but that's my take on it. You're
I don't
welcome,
mind
Joe.
it. Jeanette's like, I want Steve. He is really, really good. I
Jeanette's
love
my
it.
special friend from Southern California. I got
Yeah.
last weekend when I met David Politis at Squatch Fest over in Washington State. I got him to sign something for her. She's a big fan
I
of
love
him
that.
as well as myself. So I made
Yeah.
a little dream come true for her there. So is it
That's
her turn?
fine. You can do Jeanette. You can do
Is,
Jeanette if you'd like
is it
to.
Jeanette's turn? Okay, I don't want to get ahead of anybody or anything, but Jeanette, are you okay if I use the dark mirror rather cards? Since I'm doing so well with these until I can get something else broken in.
I love how you read that deck.
Yeah, like I said, I felt a connection to this deck as immediately when I opened it, and I'm hesitant to. Oh, that's sweet, Jeanette. I'm a very dear friend. Great
Yeah.
bud to have around. Wish we lived closer. We'd hang out more, but she's going to join us on the Joshua Tree trip that I'm putting together for some of my listeners from 13 Past Midnight and Missing Persons and Mysteries. We're going to go out there and do an investigation and see if we can contact the spirit of Graham Parsons, who infamously passed away at age 26 in room 8 of the Joshua Tree Inn. And then his friends stole the body off the tarmac at LAX, and in accordance with Graham's wishes, took it back out into Joshua Tree National Park, National Monument back then, and burned it under a place called Cap Rock in order to free his spirit in the desert. And that was he and his tour manager had made a pact with each other that which one passed away first, the other would cremate the body in the desert like that. And
Oh, oh
his
my gosh. I love that.
I talk about that in this book that's coming out in August. Okay, Jeanette, sweetie, pick a number for me between 1 and 34, please. Yeah, Selena, if you would, or somebody drop a link to Joe's channel. I want to make sure I'm subscribed to him too. It's like when I read for these people, then I have a little connection with you.
Yeah,
Sweetly
definitely.
Morbid Bear, I want you to be there. I think you've got a good aura, good energy about you, and I think it would really add something to it. I'm trying to handpick people that I think have the right energy and things, and then I'm going to do a couple of wild cards, just people that I'm going to pick at random and pay their airfare out to Joshua Tree. That'll be
That's so
hopefully
cool. I
January or
love that.
February Want to go when it's cold elsewhere, so because it'll be still pretty warm in the desert. Yeah, I have been on Coast to Coast AM. I was on. I think it was like a year ago in May. I was on with George Norrie, and I like doing that show. But man, do they do a lot of commercials? I'd just get started on something, and George's like, "Well, now we've got to go to break." And he doesn't always ask the best questions either. But I love George. He's no Art Bell. Art Bell is my favorite. Um, I've been on Art's show before, but not with Art. It was one of his later incarnations, and he was sick and that day. And his producer Heather Wade was doing the show, and I was on with her. And that was the first time I ever told my encounter with the Black Eyed Kids. And during one of the many breaks that they take over there, Art actually called in to tell Heather what a great job she was doing, and I could hear him on the speakerphone. And he told me that that was a great story as well. So, did speak to the guy over a phone through a proxy. Like I don't have a TikTok. I've kind of looked at that. I don't really get the whole TikTok thing, but I may get into it. I know Jim is working on putting one together. I have a lot of friends that are on there, but I don't know how well what I do would translate, but we'll see. Number 17 for Jeanette. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Okay. You got your card there. Some of these have got strange artwork on them. Then that's what I love about them. You got card number 20, Downcast Pride. Looks like a head, maybe a severed head, but it has tree roots going down into the ground. Downcast Pride. Let's see what the book has to say for you, Jeanette. Well, turned right to it. Get my lamp here so I can see this tiny, tiny print. Bending to adapt becomes an excuse for the habit of bending. Now the visual seed, the painting there. The eyes, dark with dried blood tears, look downwards. The face of a dark-skinned, beautiful elf. Now that's you, Jeanette. You are a dark-skinned, beautiful elf. With gold laurels among her hair, is stern and motionless. Roots plunge from her body from a golden collar. The sky behind her is as gray as concrete. The sentence to think about? The root of sadness and grief is deeper than the skin. The only delusion is the gray sky. Now to go dark and dwell on this, survival is a direct consequence of adaptation. What we call adaptation is not the result of a subtle but constantly constructive change. Excuse me, tripping over my own tongue there. A constantly constructive change of ourselves, but rather a mockery of it as we strip day by day of our dignity in order to avoid conflict with a world that would tear us apart. How can we endure this? Maybe through the power of responsibility or through a hidden core of identity. Sometimes we don't use the best part of us, but rather we draw from the ugliest part of ourselves. We survive and bend our knees because we draw out from our laziness, fear, and disgust. We let our deepest roots go dry, replaced by what can only be called a surge of lack of self-esteem. We are deluded when we think that we are only sacrificing our pride. We cling to vanity, but we can't afford dignity. Isn't it sad? Honestly, the true delusion is our faith in fall and winter, while we discard spring and summer as fairy tales. The sky can change color too. As long as we sometimes look up, we can take notice. So now what that says to me is, that change can be a good thing, but sometimes change isn't always what you need. That sometimes you compromise yourself to please others. And I can certainly see that in you. And what I take away from that, when you reflect on that in the darkness, to shed light on it, be true to yourself. Don't give away any part of yourself that you can use, something that's going to make you happy. And like I said, we tend to only use our ugliness sometimes. But, if you're using the worst parts of yourself, then you may only get the worst reactions. Use the best parts of yourself to affect change for you and for your life to make things better for you is my take on that. Um, consider, you can be considerate of others, but look at things in a different light and see, ultimately, am I who I want to be? Am I headed toward that person, or am I going the other direction? Again, that's just my take on it. And I want to do an affirmation card for you too. I feel the need to, yeah, indeed, you try and be you and just show your true colors. But I know that you are a warrior, and that sometimes you worry about, what other people do and what other people think. When sometimes it would be better just to let go and be yourself. And that's why I'm going to also pull you a card from this affirmation deck called Be You, Do You, For You. And let's see what these have to say. You give it a quick shuffle here. And again, there's no story or anything with these. It's just a one card affirmation that will help you along. Get them shuffled here. And I got them turned around. Okay, and I'm just going to draw one at random here, put it down. Put these way over here. And you got the universe is filled with endless opportunities for me. And indeed it is. You're young. You've got your whole life ahead of you. You can be anything that you want to be. Don't settle for somebody else's idea of what Jeanette should be, but strive for what Jeanette's idea of what Jeanette should be. That would be my advice to you, dear friend. I know a little bit about you, but I don't know. Like I said, I know that you worry about things that, the way I look at that, and this is the way my father used to tell me, I only worry about things that will make a difference 100 years from now. He'd tell my mom that, if my mom burnt the dinner, he'd say, well, 100 years from now, nobody's going to know the difference. Let's go out and eat.
I
And
love
I
that.
think that's a good way because, you can worry yourself into an absolute fit, and that's not going to change anything. The only thing that's going to affect change is action. So funnel that worry into positive action. Do something about it. Don't waste time worrying. Again, my 2 cents.
Hey, Brad.
You're the master of your own desire there.
Welcome. Yes,
And
Steve is amazing. I love how you read, Steve. You
oh,
read.
thank you. It's from
Very.
the heart. It's from the heart. That's the only way I know how to do things. So, Sabra, Queen of the Underworld. Hello, Steve. Hi, Sabra.
Sabra, drop your link. You're more than welcome to, and I hope you check out everybody in here and Steve up here. You will get to hear so much information, and he does great readings.
Well, thank you. Like I said, I'm new to these. This is only like I think, third or fourth time I've ever read from
Stop
the Oracle
bragging.
cards,
You still believing good. I love it.
and the
You are
first time from the
good.
affirmation cards. But I like those. Sometimes just a little positive zap in there, just a little, a tweak of the
I
nose or
love
a
it.
kick in
Yeah,
the pants is what people need to realize, you're special. Dude. You're unique. You are you. There's not another one like you. Even if
I
you've
do
got
love that, Steve.
twins or triplets or whatever, you're unique in all respects. I don't want to say it in a bad way, but you are a snowflake. not the not the
Yeah.
bad connotation of that, but you are different. You're one of a
He is,
kind.
Carol. He is really good at what he does. I'm really loving it. You're a natural reader.
Well,
You're
I
doing
try to
amazing.
accentuate the positive, even when things are bad and the chips are down. There's always a silver lining in there somewhere. It's just what you make of it and what you look for. A lot of people look for the negative. They speak things to themselves. And that's the power of manifesting. You can have whatever you want. And if you speak bad things to yourself, that's what you're going to get. And then don't act surprised. And we talked about that before, the law of sowing and reaping. You plant a kernel of corn, you don't get a kernel back. You get a stalk. And on that stalk are several ears, and each one of those ears has maybe 100 kernels of corn.
It's
So make
very
sure
cool.
that what you're sowing is what you want to reap, because that harvest will come, unless it withers and dies. Now that's a whole different area to get into that, but whatever you're sowing, you're going to reap. So reap something good, something worth having. Make sure you've got a harvest out there. That's why you don't want to sow poison. You
Hi,
want to sow good things.
Megan.
Again, that's me. That's my outtake on things. So my outlook.
I
Your
I
mileage may vary.
I agree. I agree. I'm totally like that. But if you're a negative person and you do negative, you're gonna get negative.
Yeah,
But if you're positive, you're gonna get positive.
yeah.
That's the next. Hello.
People get up, in the mornings and oh, what's going to happen today? It's going to be a terrible day. I just know it. Well, there you go.
Mhm.
You've already confessed it. That's exactly what's going to happen. And
Exactly.
I know, sometimes things are going to go wrong. You're going to have bad days along with the good, but expect them, but don't revel in them so much. Today's a great day. What good's going to happen to me today? And then
Right.
maybe in the evening reflect back instead of thinking of all the terrible things and the lady at the store that ran over your foot with a cart, or your neighbor that gave you the finger because your grass is higher than he thinks it should be, or whatever. Don't concentrate on that. Think about the things that made you feel good. And likewise, what did you do that day to make somebody else feel good?
Hmm.
That's another thing. Smile at somebody. Jim likes to say, be kind. It doesn't cost anything. And that's
Right.
true. It does not cost you anything at all, monetarily or otherwise, to just be nice to a fellow human being, whether they deserve it or not. And sometimes it's those people that you think that are undeserving. They're going through something. You don't know, that's that old Native American saying, don't judge somebody until you've walked a mile in their
Yeah.
moccasins. You never know what somebody's going through on the inside, and maybe that's why they're so angry and hateful. And
Mhm.
all it could take would be a smile and a kind word to make a difference in their day.
That's right. I love it.
It says, sorry to say, Steve, I'm a negative Nancy. If anyone knows me, knows I'm always thinking the worst, always the bad, never the good in things. Well, see, you can change that, and you even admit it. You know that you do it. So look for the good in things. There's going to be good and bad. You have to take one with the other, but look for the good and see if you can't outrun the bad, or at least get a lot more good than bad.
Yeah. I guess I spelled that right.
Okay, I'll be quiet now. It's Cassie's
Yeah.
turn.
No, you're fine. I mean, I'm just loving this, Steve. I'm loving it.
I'm having a ball. Thank you
Everybody loves
for so
you.
much for having me on.
Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. We're having a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Let me see. I sure love you, Steve.
Well, thank you. I love you too. I'm happy to be here. I'm glad to have met you and become a part of all this. And we've been fake Facebook friends for some time. I was subscribed to your channel and everything, but just the other night I saw it pop up last Tuesday, a week ago tonight. So you go live, and I just popped in, and I was surprised that you actually knew who I was and knew about my channels and things, and
Hmm.
just kind of hung around. And then here we are, just fast friends already in less than a week, and uh, plotting to take over the world together.
Yeah, exactly.
22 watching now, 49 likes. Thank you, everybody.
Woo! Hi, guys. Make sure you drop your links. I hope you all check out Steve, guys.
And
13 past midnight.
that's
Go
my
ahead, Steve.
personal channel, my fun channel, and then missing persons and mysteries. That's the big one. The almost 100,000 subs where I go in and talk about all the missing person cases, and especially the stranger ones. And but we cover ones that are just missing person cases too. There's usually something afoul in there, but it's not always supernatural or paranormal.
I love paranormal. Love, love, love paranormal. But I also like other things like Sasquatch
Yeah,
or
love the cryptids,
everything. Cryptid.
flannel man, the translucent humanoid, whatever they call it, the predator creature, black eyed kids, um, hat man, shadow people. There's all kinds of stuff out there that a lot of people don't even consider, don't even know of. And it's funny, I've had people say, well, I don't believe in all that. And then you get to talking to them, they're like, well, but there was this one time, and this, that, and the other happened. And a lot of times people have had an encounter, they're just in denial of it, I guess, just for fear of, being thought crazy or something. But it's in my opinion, and again, this is my opinion only, that a skeptic is just somebody who hadn't had the most powerful encounter yet. You,
Exactly.
you doubt things until you feel it. But some of the stuff I've seen and done, it would be like having me put my hand on the stove eye and burn my fingers, and then tell me, "Oh, that's not hot. That didn't really happen."
Exactly.
I know what I've seen and what I've experienced just as clear as I'm sitting here. So That's what bugs me sometimes is when somebody tries to convince you that no, you didn't see that. That didn't happen. I know what happened. I know what I saw. And that's why I like to hear other people's stories and through the listener stories platform, give people a chance to tell their stories. And I get that a lot that, I've never told this to anybody before. Even my spouse doesn't know this, but when I was a teenager, this happened. A lot of times they want to be anonymous, so they'll give a nickname or something. And that's good. And to get it out there, it just helps. Number one, it gets it off your chest. And then a lot of times other people will have had the same encounter or something similar. And then that gives you that, not that you need it, but almost, a verification
Mhm.
or whatever you want to call it, that, yeah, these things do happen. And I know I'm not crazy. And it really did. I really did see what I saw or experience what I experienced. And it happens to other people, can happen to anybody.
That's right. It's nice to be able to go to somebody and then believe you.
Yeah.
I like,
And, you don't need that affirmation. I don't, but it is good to get it sometimes.
hmm
When you tell a story and somebody's like, yeah, that happened to me too, or that happened to
yeah,
my uncle, or something similar happened to Aunt Sally, when she was a kid. I love hearing those stories and collecting those because there's something out there. There's so much more. There's a whole unseen other world out there, a spirit world, or uh, whatever you want to call it, a parallel universe. There's strange travelers from time and space out there, as John Keel would like to say. And sometimes our dimensions get a little close, and we're kind of able to peek through the curtain there into what's going on the other side, or it comes here and spends a little time before it goes back.
yeah.
Fascinating stuff.
Somebody says, it does the nest monster really? Do you believe in the nest monster? Nessie, I think. Nest monster? Nessie monster.
Let me get here where I can see it in the chat.
Where did it go? I think there's so many
Oh,
things.
Nessie, like the Loch Ness monster. I think there's something there because they've seen things in the loch. There's some photographic evidence. Unfortunately, there's a lot of fakery too. If you look at like the Doc Shields photographs and some of that, those were patent fakes. Although people believed them, but I think there's something there. There's been evidence on sonar. There's photographs that don't appear to be doctored of something big swimming in the loch, leaving a big wake. But something else I find interesting, magician Aleister Crowley had a house called Boleskine Manor on the shore of Loch Ness. And he was known to do all kinds of magical workings and things in there. The locals said that there were times that even during the daytime, his house would be dark on the inside, that no light came through those windows. And I wonder if, but they've seen Nessie before he was doing that stuff. But I think that may be one of the reasons he chose Loch Ness, that he knew there was something there, some kind of weird whatever it is. Some people claim, that it's a holdover, that it's some kind of dinosaur that didn't die out, but there would at least have to be two of them for it to carry on.
Mhm.
But I think there's something there. I think there's a lot to that. And again, maybe that's why he picked that spot, or it couldn't have been coincidence. But I'm not a firm believer in coincidence. I'm a believer in a lot of paranormal things, but there aren't a lot of coincidences. There are a lot of synchronizations and things. But when it comes to coincidence, as Albert Einstein famously said, God doesn't roll dice. Things happen the way they're supposed to happen and in their own time and in their own place.
Mhm. Exactly.
So,
I love this talk. I love it.
but that's on my bucket list. I've been to Scotland, but I didn't go to Loch Ness. So the next time I went
Oh.
back, now Bubbles agrees with me there. She believes Aleister Crowley definitely was drawn to that property because of his dark powers. And he supposedly started some kind of working there that he didn't finish and didn't close the doorways and the portals and things properly, even though he knew better. And there's been all kinds of things happen there since he vacated the property. Uh, Hauntings, manifestations. It burned down. They're restoring it, but I've heard that the restoration crews won't even spend a lot of time in it. That there's been members that quit because there's something in there that just doesn't like anybody. So there are dark powers out there too. There are good things. There are angels and helpful spirits and spirit guides, and Then there are other things that don't like us very much, the Nephilim or demons or whatever you want to call them. There's people out there that are jealous of us and our ability to have a freedom of choice, that like to do things to uh, kill, steal, and destroy, to tear you down. And that's where I think you have to have that discernment in this field. You've got to have some sort of litmus test to tell whether something is good or evil. Because I've had people come up to me and say that, well, I hear a voice speaking to me, but I don't know if it's God or Satan. Well, the easiest test, anything that's of a godly nature, whoever your God is, God, goddess, whatever you worship, it's going to come to exhort, edify, and comfort. Anything evil doesn't want you to have any of those things. It doesn't want you to be exhorted. It doesn't want you to be edified. Certainly doesn't want you to be comforted. So if any of those things, it's something good, something that's trying to help you. But again, like I said, if it's something that's going to steal, kill, or destroy, it's dark, it's evil, it's malevolent. Leave it alone. Just look at the intentions of whatever you're dealing with. And if you can't handle it or don't know, go to somebody else. There are all kinds of people out there that handle those things. I have people come to me with just some amazing things going on in their homes, some dark things. And I've got people that I refer them to um, for that sort of thing, people that do that kind of work, that their specialty is dealing with those sort of entities. And that's, I think, a calling in and of itself. There are people on TV and stuff that claim to be, demon chasers and whatnot. And a lot of those people don't have a clue what they're dealing with. I'd be scared to let them
Yeah,
come and try and chase something out of my house.
I definitely want somebody that knows, what they're doing to come in and
Yeah, indeed. Amber made a good statement there, her opinion. So many people are terrified of demons, but will associate with people that are far more destructive than a demon.
right?
Humans can be horrible to one another. And indeed, and there's things other than demonic possession. That's what you hear about the most. But there's different types of demonic influence. There's oppression. There's obsession. There are people that, whether they realize it or not, they are being affected by some sort of evil presence that make them do the things they do. Haven't you ever met somebody like that that was just a nasty individual? There was something, that pushing them, that suggesting things to them or sort of controlling them, not necessarily possession, but exerting some sort of influence on them. And I think a lot of times people don't even realize it, some of these nasty people that you run into.
Wow.
And then maybe people are just nasty. I mean, there's some
Yeah.
terrible, terrible people out there, and I try to distance myself from people like that. There are energy vampires too, and a lot of those are unintentional. I have to be careful. I'm empathic, and if I go into, say, a children's hospital or a nursing home, the living will try to draw energy from me. And if you don't know what that is or don't know how to deal with it, they can totally drain you and make you, physically ill and psychically ill. And that was one of the major things you had to learn growing up like that, and being able to feel other people's hurts and desires and stuff, is that you have to put up a block. You have to keep so much in your battery for you, because if you let it drain all the way down, then you're SOL. And people will do that. They will take from you. I mean, even on the internet, I've had people come into my channel that would suck, every bit of the energy in life out of a chat. And
Yes.
then
Yeah.
wonder, and then pretty soon they're the only one sitting in there, and you're like, well, where did everybody go? Katie knows what I'm talking about. We've had to deal with that in the past on some of my channels. People that, and again, they don't even realize they're doing it, but they just come in and it just like it
Hmm.
repels everybody away,
Yeah.
and they're
Exactly.
not being particularly nasty or saying anything about anybody. It's just that influence, that aura that they have about them. They've got a dark aura.
Yes.
Yeah, cases I do been there and had to leave. Yeah, some of my streams she won't come to anymore just because of the. And again, it's not anything that anybody's doing on purpose. It's just something in that person's nature that drains everybody's energy, and just like I said, it will kill a chat in just no time. That's why I like it here. You've got a nice, peaceful place. People are
Yeah.
interacting with one another. There's nothing but good energy here that I've been able to discerned so
I
far.
felt a lot with Steve, just like me and Carol, like positive,
Hmm.
very positive soul, positive energy. And
Indeed.
yeah, that's, we can feel it. You can feel that with people. You can feel negative with certain people. You can feel positive, with certain people, and
Hmm. And that's the same way with a lot of things, like the Native American concept of a tulpa. I know that the Cherokee elders will caution you against speaking the names of certain of their entities, or even thinking about it, because that, even fear or just mentioning it, it feeds into their energy. And
hmm
the more energy you give them, then the more power they have over you. The best thing, something that you fear or something that you don't want to mess with or have anything to do with, don't talk about it, don't mention it, don't think about it. But then you've got those people like me that will tell those stories and see what happens. Like the black eyed kids, I was hesitant to tell that story for a long time because I was afraid they would come back. That's the most frightened I've ever been. And I'll tell that story sometime. It's long. It takes about 20 minutes to tell it right.
Oh,
But
nice. I like that.
I didn't want to talk about it for years, and I just flat refused to. And then Heather Wade, the time I was our Bell, that was the first time I ever told it publicly. And sure enough, that night there was a big, loud, booming knock on my door, and I have security cameras. I have motion detectors. I have proximity alarms. I have a gate. I have security lights, the whole thing. There was nobody on camera. Nobody came up on my porch, but there was a knock at the door 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. And a lot of times in the paranormal, if it's a three, that's a sign of something evil or something demonic. It's a mocking of the Holy Trinity.
Oh, nice.
So there's a 3 knocks, and something, it sounded like a person screaming, came through the front door, continued all the way through the house, through the living room, through the kitchen, out onto the, I had a glassed in sunroom, and then out the back. And first I thought, as I was in my room, I thought my daughter was having some sort of medical emergency. I ran to her room, flung her door open. She's in bed fast asleep. She didn't even hear it.
Hmm.
I was wide awake. I hadn't even been to sleep yet. And I said, "Are you okay? Did you hear that scream?" And she's like half asleep. She said, "I told you, don't talk about those damn black eyed kids." And for a lot of times, every time I mentioned them, something would happen. I had paintings fall off the wall one night. I had things break. Somebody else was telling me that they were listening to me tell that story one time, and they had a glass bowl of wax fruit sitting on their coffee table. They were listening to me on Art's show, and she said the glass bowl absolutely shattered. She said, like in a million pieces. She said there was a pop, and it flew everywhere. And a
Oh,
lot of times with a paranormal happening or a presence or something, when it arrives, it'll make that pop. I've heard that story time and time again of somebody that will hear a loud pop in the house before something happens, or when something's leaving sometimes. And I think that's whatever it is, passing through a portal or between here and there, or whatever. But strange.
what do you think there? What do you think? Like closets could be portals?
I think a portal can be anywhere. I think it can be anywhere they can find a place to get through.
Okay.
And I think there's some that are more or less stationary in certain places. And then I think sometimes there's portals that just appear like almost like some type of machinery or something that can open those portals. Kind of like the Stargate. I've never watched that show, but from the way I've heard it explained, it opens a portal and you step through, and here you are. Because I've often wondered if people that disappear haven't wandered through a portal in the forest and not knowing it. Because I've heard people that have disappeared and came back where they were like, suddenly I didn't recognize anything. I was still on the trail, but it didn't look like the trail. I turned around and went back the other way. Nothing looked familiar. I couldn't find the parking lot. I couldn't, it totally looked different. I think there's times that that's what happens. And I don't know if it's a parallel universe or something similar to what we have, just another dimension. But there's that happens. And then sometimes when those people return or are found, they'll think they've only been missing a short time. One guy thought he'd only been missing a few hours. He'd been gone almost 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
And then you hear the opposite of that, where somebody, I was gone forever. It seemed like weeks and weeks and weeks. And then in reality, maybe they'd only been missing overnight. So it could go either way. Whatever it is, there's the time space continuum is different there. And I think just depending on where you're entering it or what you enter. Now, Sweetly Morbid Bear has a point there. Mirrors are portals. I've heard that. A psychomantium where you position one mirror over from another.
Oh
Um,
wow.
and kind of use it for scrying or to see what you. I've seen all kinds of shapes and things move in a mirror when there shouldn't be anything in there. And then the scariest one I ever participated in, guy that I grew up with, his family owned a glass shop, and we went over to their warehouse on the weekend, and we took 8 mirrors. These are like huge bathroom wall mirrors. We took 8 of them and arranged them in an octagon, and then sat in the middle of it with nothing but a candle between us. And there were shadows, there were things moving in there. We heard voices, we heard whispering, we heard laughing. And it's just the two of us in this big empty warehouse, and we there was things in those mirrors. And I didn't know it at the time. We were, teenagers, but I've heard that that's one of the most dangerous things you can do is put a mirror across from another mirror. That does create a portal. And we had, I guess, 4 portals or a portal with 8 sides to it or something. But
Oh wow.
like, hey, let's put 8 of them together. We'll make an octagon and sit in it and see what happens. And it was very frightening.
I have a huge, huge mirror beside my bed. So like if I wake up at like at 3 a.m. to go to the restroom, I I get so scared to like look in my mirror at 3 a.m.
Well, there is just something about a mirror. And like Sweetly Morbid Bear says, if you're sensitive and have activity, she advises covering mirrors in the home. And I don't know about other places, but down south in Appalachia, that's a thing that you do when somebody passes away. You cover the mirror. They also stop the clock, but that's to observe the time of death. But you
Oh,
cover the mirror, and the thinking behind that is you don't want Uncle Ed's spirit to get caught in the mirror. You love him, and you wouldn't mind if he stayed behind, but you'd rather he go on and not get caught in the mirror.
yeah.
And then there's also a color down south they called haint blue. Haint is the Appalachian way of saying haunt. They will paint the underside of the porch roof this almost a sky blue, and that's supposedly to confuse any spirits that come to try to get in the house. They'll look up and see and think that's the sky and go up through the porch roof and back up to wherever instead of coming in the house. Um, my granny also, they had the old school, she lived in an old farmhouse, had the old door locks that took like a skeleton key type thing, the old iron keys. And she would put things in there, plug it up with a bit of garlic. And she said that was to keep witches from coming through the keyhole. And yet she
Oh,
was a witch. She called herself a gypsy witch, but
oh wow.
nowadays she's what would be known as a granny witch in Appalachia. It's really just a kitchen witch. Um, she didn't have any specialized tools. She used whatever she had. The bowl she used for scrying that morning might be full of potato salad that night at dinner. She used whatever she had for whatever she needed to do. She told fortunes. She read tea leaves, coffee grounds, animal entrails. She did palmistry. She also practiced what's now a lost art called phrenology, where you can tell things about a person by feeling the bumps and ridges on their head.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
that's Jeanette's talking about a story there. Yeah, the thing that would happen on that side of the family. Now, they were a part of the spiritualism movement from the last century. They held seances, they did table tappings, they had Ouija sessions, the whole family. And they had this thing that there was a calendar that always hung in the kitchen, usually from a farm and feed store because they had a big dairy farm or from a farmer's co op or somewhere like that. A red and white calendar with black dates on it. And anytime the calendar fell, my grandma would run and mark the day that it fell. And usually it meant somebody was going to pass away
Oh my gosh.
just within a short time. And sure enough, right before my grandfather died, I was just a baby, so I didn't have any knowledge of it. But my mom was at the house, and my granddad was in the hospital, and they heard the calendar fall. And they're like, well, that's it for Pop. And it was. He died within a couple of days. And when my grandmother was ill and getting ready to pass, a bunch of the family, we got together and divided up. I was a teenager by this time. We divided up time, and people would go and sit with her. Well, the night that it was my family's turn to go, my mom and dad and I, we went and spent the night. And the next morning, my mom was like, I heard the calendar fall during the night. And sure enough, within I think about 3 days, Granny had shuffled off this mortal coil. So the way I handle that, I don't hang a calendar in my house. That way, I don't have to know anybody's going to die or wonder who
I
it's going to
always
be.
hear I always hear the dogs howling in my yard when someone
Yeah,
passes.
dogs
And
will
it,
howl. If you have
Mhm.
chickens, if a chicken crows, now a lot of people think only a rooster can crow. A chicken can crow too, but that's a very, very bad sign. It's usually a foretelling of death in the family, almost a banshee type thing. But yeah, if you have, see, I have nothing but hens. I've got 15 laying hens. I had 16, one of them died. But if I hear one of them crow, I'm like, oh, something's going to happen. That's something bad. Now, in my grandma's family, if they had a hen that crowed, if they could figure out which one it was, you had to kill it and eat it in order to
Oh wow.
to break that spell.
That
It's
is so
all.
mean.
She was so superstitious. She had a superstition and a story for everything under the sun.
I'm a
And
little bit
to this
superstitious too.
day, a lot of that still sticks with me. If I see somebody put a hat on a bed, I have a conniption fit because you just killed somebody. That was my granny's saying that if you throw a hat on the bed, you might as well just take a gun and go shoot somebody.
Oh wow. My dad would never let anybody put a hat upside down. It had to be, I mean not I mean it had to be upside down. It couldn't
Yeah.
be yeah.
What else? Couldn't open an umbrella in the house. Yeah,
Mhm.
there's one Todd, a bird getting inside. That was bad mojo if a bird got in the house, or sometimes even fly into the window. They'd say somebody was going
Yes.
to die.
It freaks me out
But
every
yeah,
time
if
they
you,
do.
if you got a bird in the house, that usually was a foretelling of death or bad luck anyway.
Yes.
So a lot of those superstitions seem silly, but you know,
I
sometimes I'll
believe.
err on the side of caution anyway. I ain't putting a hat on the bed.
Yeah.
I remember one time when I lived in Las Vegas, my daughter had come out to visit me, and she was getting her stuff ready to leave, and she put her hat on the bed, and I was like,
Oh no.
I took it off and put it on the side. And I didn't want to say because she's getting ready to get on a plane. I don't want to say, oh, you should
Yeah.
have put the hat on the bed. Now your plane's going to crash.
Yeah.
But she made it back. I knew how to get it off there, and there's a little thing that you do to kind of uncross yourself there to
Yeah.
undo the bad luck. That was the other thing Granny was big on. There was, somebody could put a jinx or spell on you, but then you had the ability to take it off. Uh, like, say, for example, say you had warts, you could give it to somebody else.
Mhm.
And it was this weird thing. You had to rub gravel on a wart and then put it under the porch of somebody that you wanted to give the warts to in an area where they had to pass over. And then, sure enough, within a few days, your wart would go away. She was what they call those people wart doctors. And I think it was just something to do with rubbing the stones on there. It did something to the wart that made it go away. Because I've heard that you could just put a lot of pressure on one, tie it up, and it'll go away. But anyway, that was how you give somebody else warts because chances are somebody had given them to you and it was your turn to pass them on. Now that's, hill and holler superstitions from deep in Appalachia.
Oh wow. Be a puppy. Be a puppy. A puppy. And we
Yep.
have
Breaking curses and the taking off. That's right. You got to take that off of you. But yeah, it was an interesting childhood, and she did know some things. I mean, there's times she'd come out with something about me that she had no way of knowing, and I was the special child. My mom had 9 brothers, no sisters. She was the only girl, and every one of them was married at least once, sometimes several. Some of them several times. So she had a lot of grandkids. But I was the favorite since my mom was the only daughter. She was there at my birth, and she said I was born with a veil over my face. And all that, a call, they also call it, all that is, it's the afterbirth, the amniotic sac. It was stretched over my face when I was born, and they just remove it. Normally it comes off during the birth, but it's rare, but it does happen. But in her mind, in her superstitious mind, that made me a special child. I had second sight. I had gifts, and all this stuff. and that made me the favorite grandchild. So she would get me alone in her sewing room when we go to visit, and tell me all these stories and superstitions and ghost lore and things, and scare the crap out of me. When you're 8 years old, and she looked like a witch. She was little and withered, probably didn't weigh 89 pounds, kind of bent over, and crooked fingers and stuff from arthritis. But she would scare the daylights out of me. But I remember one time we were on the way to visit, and there was a house we always had to pass by, a farmhouse. It was about halfway into the journey, about probably an hour round trip. But there's a house we had to pass by where years and years before a kid was chasing a ball and ran out the road and got hit by a car and killed. And I always thought about that place when we drove by there, and I could tell when we were driving by it. I could be like, and this was the '60s, '70s, so seatbelt laws and things were just kind of a joke. I'd be laying down in the back seat, reading a comic book, and I'd just get this feeling, and I'd pop my head up and look around. Sure enough, we were passing by not only that house, but that particular spot in the road where the kid was killed. I could feel that spot. There was something about it that I don't want to say it called out to me, but I could just sense it. And I popped my head up, looked around. Sure enough, we were passing that spot. I went back to whatever I was doing. Didn't say a word. Didn't breathe a word to my parents. So I never did. I learned with a lot of stuff like that, it was better just to keep it to myself. And we get to my grandma's house, and she welcomes us in, and then sure enough, grabs me by the hand and takes me into the sewing room. And usually she would, like teach me some superstition or something, and then she would reward me if I could repeat it back to her. I'd get a Hershey bar or sometime a crisp new dollar bill. But this time she was talking to me about feelings. And she said, because I know you feel things. And I'm like, well, yeah, if you pinch me, it's going to hurt. She's like, no. She says, I mean, you feel things like that spot on the highway on the way here tonight. And I was just flabbergasted. My mouth fell open, my eyes big as saucers. I didn't say a word to her. I didn't say a word to my parents. It's like she could read my mind. And when you're 8 years old, that's a frightening thought. She's going to know all the bad stuff I did if she can read my mind. But just little things like that. That's the way I was raised on that side of the family. Now, my dad's side, they were from Middle Tennessee, over on the Cumberland Plateau. They were farmers and ranchers, and his mom, she didn't get into the witchy stuff as much as my maternal grandmother, but she was an herb doctor, or as a yarb doctor, as they call it in that part of Appalachia. She would come up with herbs and poultices and treatments for everything under the sun. She also ran the post office, cut hair, and pulled teeth, and practiced a little bit of medicine without a license, minor surgery. She could set bones, remove warts and growths with a scalpel, and like I said, pull teeth and cut hair. And the post office was there in one end of their house. She was the first female postmaster in the state of Tennessee. So, had a little bit of strangeness on both sides of the families. There's no wonder I'm like I am, especially from my mom's side of the family. Oh, well, have y'all heard enough? I haven't shut up, and it's going on 4 hours here. But I'm no stranger to that. I know when I was on with Heather Wade one time, we did like 3 or 4 hours of her show. We talked an hour like as a warm up before, and then after the show was over, we talked for another several hours. The sun was coming up already, and same with Cisco and I. The first time we ever talked, I'd been on Where'd the Road Go with Soraya Ascath. He's got an awesome podcast and show, and he messaged me one day. He's got, I got somebody I want you to meet, and Cisco had sent him some stories, and we exchanged information through him. And then I called her on the Sunday afternoon, and we talked for 7 or 8 hours the first time we ever talked. And just similar upbringings. She's actually from New Jersey, but she spent a lot of her childhood in Alabama. And so she had that Southern influence in there too. And it was through hearing all her stories that I was finally able to convince her to write a book. And she's like, well, I'll do it, but you're coming with me. So together we wrote "We're All Children in the Wilderness of the Afterlife," a haunted tour, a guided tour through a haunted life. I messed it up. She likes
Oh,
those long titles. It's really her book and her stories. I just kind of went along behind her and did a color commentary, if you will, or told an anecdotal story or something. But it's all her. You can find that on Amazon. It's in paperback and Kindle. We're all children in the wilderness of the afterlife, a guided tour through a haunted life. I usually always mess that part up because it's so long. She likes those long titles. Her channel, um, Journey Through the Gate Paranormal Portal Podcast. And I think I mentioned earlier, last night I was on there, we were talking about Ghosts of the Titanic. And at the very time we were talking about that and talking about the Titanic curse, one of the places we mentioned that has a Titanic exhibit is the Titanic Museum in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Right at the very time we were talking about that and talking about the curse, the iceberg wall that they have on display there collapsed and sent 3 people to the hospital. And Cisco messaged me today and she sent me the news clipping. And she said, "Did we cause this?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
that is
But it
crazy.
was creepy.
Creepy, creepy.
Oh, Jeanette, thank you. She says, "I'm honestly honored you're sharing your stories. No, sir, you do not. You do your thing. Definitely not boring me. I'm astonished from your past." That
I have
makes both of us.
22
I'm
in here.
astonished too that
Just
I got to be
listening like
this old.
crazy.
If I'd known I was going to be this old, I would have taken better care of myself.
People love, love, love to hear stories. They do.
I do. I do. So there's they have the World Storytelling Convention is in a little town in Tennessee called I just lost the name of it. But anyway, it's the World Storytelling Convention there. Let's see. Give you a little town. And I've never been as a participant, but I've been there many times in the audience, and it's some of the most amazing things. Let's see if I can find it here. International Storytelling Center is in historic Jonesboro, Tennessee, and then every year they have the International Storytelling Convention, and I think it's usually the first week in October. I think last year they did it online, but they're having a Young Appalachian Story Summit this September, and then I think October. I want to say the first week in October is when the festival takes place. But if you like to hear stories, yeah, October the 1st through the 3rd, the National Storytelling Festival returns to historic Jonesboro, the oldest town in Tennessee, also one of the most haunted. I got some of the most amazing pictures of what I thought to be ghosts or spirits or something there one time on a digital camera. But then my card, the digital card, messed up. I couldn't retrieve any of the pictures off of it. I sent it back in to get them retrieved, and the guy that was the company that was going to do the retrieval said, "I've never seen anything like this." He said, "This card is like it doesn't even exist. It's never been formatted. It's never had anything on it. There's not anything to retrieve. There's no even system folders or anything in it." He's like, "You sure it was this card?" I'm like, "Absolutely. I had 200 pictures on there." So
Oh,
something wiped every one of them out. And I had some great pictures of those old buildings in Jonesboro with what looked like a mist around some of them or coming out of the windows or out of the doors and stuff. And I was like totally enthused. And then they were suddenly gone. One of those things.
that is that is crazy.
See, did we owe anybody else a reading or are we caught up or I don't even
Um,
remember whose turn or if I think we might have gotten everybody. I don't remember. You get me telling stories like this, I lose all sense of time
we
and
love it.
decency. I don't know when to shut up. You just mute my mic anytime you need to there to get me to be quiet.
Oh, we are loving the stories. We could listen to it all day, all night. Come on, guys. Love
22
the good
watching now,
story.
51 likes. No dislikes. Thank you. The Black Eyed Kids haven't been through yet. A lot of times on a stream that I do, I'll get 2 dislikes. And I like to say that's a pair of Black Eyed Kids that are upset because I didn't let them in my car all those years ago.
The Black Eyed Kids. Definitely gonna have to listen to
Yeah,
your
I'll
story about
tell
that.
that one. Like I said, that one, to tell a good version of it takes about 20 minutes to get all the details and everything in there. Now, it is available on Tanya Jones' channel, Unicorp's Tales, here on YouTube, and she did like an interview with me, and it's one
Oh,
of the best interviews I've ever done because she was minimally invasive. She mainly just said a thing or two and let me talk and let me tell my story. Because some people, even though their heart's in the right place, they'll interrupt you. They'll ask this, they'll ask that. She just let me talk, and then she'd every now and then interject something like, "You must have been so scared." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I was," and then I just continue on, But that was one of the best tellings of it I've ever done. So let me put a link to her in the chat here, and if you would subscribe to her too. She's trying to get to her 1,000 too, and she's been at
oh,
it a
guys,
while.
please check her out.
She's one of my best friends, and she joined me last night on.
Tanya from Unicorp's Tales. Is that what
Yeah,
it's
she
called?
was on
Last night,
13
yes.
past midnight last night. Yeah.
Yes, guys, please check out Tanya.
Oh, Chris Jarvis is already on the
Chrissy.
money with it there. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
If you would subscribe to Tanya, she's about, I think about 100 and something away,
She's
150
getting
or
there,
so
guys.
from 1,000.
Let's get her
And
some
that's
more.
that first 100 can take a long time. And then from there to the first 1,000, it's rough. Seems to get easier after 1,000. And then you kind of hit those little plateaus where,
Mhm.
I've been at 1,500 forever. What's going on? And 13
Yeah.
past midnight, I don't even know I don't think I've hit 6,000 over there yet. But like I said, that's more of a hobby channel. That's just something for me to do when I don't have anything else to do. And Missing Persons and Mysteries, that's my main
I love
channel.
it.
And
Awesome.
see how close we're getting over there. It's less than 500 away from 100,000. Let's see. And again, not bragging, I'm celebrating.
It's
It's
okay.
the work of all of
Yeah.
us. It's me narrating. It's the girls, our writers, writing the scripts. It's Bill doing the magic behind the scenes with the graphics and the editing program. So currently 99,534.
I would
And
be proud as hell if I had almost 100,000, guys.
yeah,
That's
and we
amazing.
normally get anywhere between 6 and 10,000 new subs a month at the
Oh my
level we're at
gosh.
now.
Oh my gosh. That's
So
so awesome.
last 28 days, 1.2 million views. So that's amazing. Just like I said, that many people would show up and listen to me. I must be doing something right, and I'm
Yeah.
so thankful and so appreciative. Like I said, this I have the life that I've always wanted.
And I see you helping other channels, and I love that.
Yeah,
Not just
that's part of it. You spread it around, and there's
mhm.
plenty of channels. Plenty of subs to go around because it's not like you can just sub to one channel. I'm probably subscribed to over 1,000 channels. I
Exactly.
don't have time to watch all of them, of course, but I try to watch as many as I can.
Yes,
And
thank you, Mamie. Thank
and
you,
then
Chris.
sometimes happens like this one. I hadn't been here in a while. I just saw it pop up on my notifications. I came in last Tuesday, and now here we are. We're
I know.
doing stuff
I'm
together.
so
You've been on
excited.
my show, and now I'm on your show, and that's the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah,
You help each other out.
I love that. I
You've
love it.
introduced me to your fan base, and I'm introducing you to mine. I want to have you back on Campfire Stories again soon,
Yeah.
and then maybe you can join us tomorrow night when we do the oracles over on Gemma's channel.
Yeah, definitely. I hope you guys please check out Gemma too, guys. Gemma does oracles as well on, is it Wednesday nights?
Yeah, Wednesdays at I think that one starts at 8 Eastern time, so
Yeah.
5 Pacific. It's an hour later than everything else, I think.
Miss Gemma Jade, guys. I'm gonna drop her link.
And yeah, she's awesome. She's one of my favorite people. Among others, I've got some favorite people here too. KDA, Jeanette Sanchez. She may be lurking, but Rachel Rodriguez.
There
She's
you
another
go.
recent addition that's just a really good friend. Melissa Nicole, my friend from North Carolina, trying to get her going. Um, Laura Stevens that joined me the other night,
I
trying to
love
convince her to do a
her.
channel. She
I
was
love
on a
her.
couple of nights ago. That was the first time she'd ever been on camera or anything, and she did such a good job. And then I had her on again
Oh, thank you, Katie.
Sunday. Gemma was going to be late because she was out doing something with family, so I brought Laura in to open the show with me, and she's a natural, and she's fascinating too. She works at her father's sawmill. And when she first told me that, I thought, oh, you work in the office, you're a bookkeeper or something. She's like, no, I'm out there feeding lumber into the spinning blade of death. I'm like, that's impressive. I love it when women do traditional
I know,
men's
right?
work. Isn't that awesome?
Yes. I love it. I love that. Laura's so nice too.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Aw.
But glad to meet and make new friends here. But definitely, thanks for subbing to all these people. The links that we dropped, and then I've subscribed or will be to several of you. I'm on the missing persons and mysteries account, and I'll probably sub with my personal account. Because if Bill doesn't recognize some of these, he might unsubscribe, and I don't want to do that to anybody. Bill's the other half of the channel, so I'll subscribe with my personal channels, and then that way. Although I have found myself unsubscribed from stuff that I know I didn't unsubscribe from.
That happens to me too.
I've been unsubscribed from missing persons and mysteries, and I'm like, YouTube, I know better than that. I'm not going to unsubscribe from my own channel.
That happens to me too. I get unsubscribed from people.
Yep. And a lot of the channels that I'm signed up for notifications, I don't get notifications, or I'll get them late. There's something I was watching the other night, and I think it's the premiere on New Zealand Mysteries, and it was almost over, and my little notification pops up. Like, good going. If I'd waited until I saw the notification, I would have missed the whole thing.
Aww.
So
you guys are absolutely gonna love Steve's channels.
A few caveats there with YouTube. It is what it is. Don't want to bite the hand that feeds. I thank them for giving me a platform and giving me a place where I can have an audience of 100,000 people.
Exactly, sweetly. Exactly. I love, love, love meeting new people. I love it.
Yeah, you probably sleep through 13 past midnight tonight, Jeanette, since you've been here this long. I usually take an hour nap in the afternoons, but I didn't take one this time, so maybe short and sweet tonight. I still come in and give you a hour's worth, and then
I usually take a nap about 3 o'clock. I get tired.
Yeah, that's me around 2 or 3. I like to lay down for an hour, 45 minutes, and then I'm good to go for the rest of the night. But usually in any given 24, I don't get more than about 3 hours sleep, counting my regular sleep and my nap. So 3 to 4 hours, and I'm good.
Naps are life.
Been that way all my life. And it makes you enjoy a nap more when you don't sleep at all. It's like, oh my God, that was the best 45 minutes I've ever slept. I feel like I've had 8 hours of sleep.
Oh, Steve, I got a necklace today, and you guys are probably going to think it's really weird, but I'm weird. I got to show you guys this necklace.
Oh, but you're a good kind of weird. You're the kind of weird we like.
Look, it's skulls.
Weird is not a bad thing.
This is my new necklace. That is skulls. I love skulls.
Oh, I like that. That is beautiful.
My new necklace.
I was looking at a skull necklace the other day, and one that I found right now. I just got 2 crosses on, but I like skulls too. I've had other skull necklaces.
I love skulls. My daughter loved them first, and then I started getting into them. I love them. Bye, Freaky Geek. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you checked out Steve's channels.
Yeah, thanks everybody for being here, and thanks to people that let me read for you. Hopefully, I gave you a little something positive to go on there, because it does pull some dark stuff out of there, but then it tries to turn it around and
if we
at least show you how you can make something positive.
And if we happen to miss anybody, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. It's your show.
Oh,
mute my mic.
I know. If we did miss anybody at all, make sure you guys get over to Amber or Gemma's tomorrow and get readings. And
unfortunately, it's almost 8 o'clock, and we've been on here 4 hours. I'm going to have to go. I've got to do dinner, and then I've got to start getting ready for tonight's show. I'd already picked my the stories that I'm going to run tonight, but I have to make the thumbnail and get everything set up in that. I use different software to spread that. But thank you for having me. It's been wonderful. Everybody here is so chill, and I like to see my people coming in here and
I
discovering
love that. Thank
too.
you guys so much.
Some of my favorite people here, Mairead and Chris and Sweetly Morbid Bear.
Steve,
And
please come back anytime, okay?
okay, I'll be here for the streams. I won't necessarily come on and take all the time. And
No, I want you to come on
it's
and talk and have
it's
fun with
your
me.
channel. You know, I don't want to steal any of your thunder.
No, I had fun. I
But
had a lot of fun.
likewise, I want you to come on some of my streams too and
Yeah,
help
definitely.
get your name out there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve.
Jeanette,
I had a
thank
lot of
you for
fun.
being here too. You're one of my favorite people. She's just such a happy thing. So that's
Aw.
she's good to be around. And I hope you didn't take offense when I said you were a brown skinned elf. You do have a darker complexion than me, and you
Aw.
do appear elven like, but in a good way. KDA, thank you for joining us all the way from Canada. Haven't seen you in a while. I know the reason you don't come into the other streams is because of some of the toxic nature that can happen in there. And it's not really toxic so much as it's energy vampirism, and they don't really realize they're doing it. Because if you notice, and I've noticed that the chat will be just busting. And then after I come in and talk, it'll die off. And the
Oh
people still watch,
no.
but there's like no activity in
Yeah.
the chat. They all leave the chat and just listen to the stories. So the person that's doing it, that I think that it is, they can't help it. They've got a lot of issues and
Yeah.
this, that, and the other. So
Yeah.
it's no big deal. It is what it is. All are welcome. You know, I'm not going to exclude somebody that's sick and has health problems or any kind of problem. You know, well, you can't come here. You know,
Yeah.
it can't be that way. Sometimes you have to let somebody come in and disrupt the others just to, and you know, to be fair and to try to treat everybody the same. And the other people understand. You know,
And you're
they
being
don't.
kind.
Yeah. So that's one of the good things there. You're learning patience and kindness. And
Exactly.
yeah, Katie, I figured you were still listening and lurking, and your presence is there. Okay, Jeanette says she wasn't offended at all. That was
Aw.
my sarcasm. It's all good. I know you didn't mean it. No, I never mean anything bad. I would never. If I pick at you, it's because I love you. If I
Yeah.
don't like you, I'm not even going to speak to you, let alone
Yeah.
uh,
Exactly.
rib you or joke at you a little bit. So that's
Yeah.
just my personality. There's a couple
Thank
more like that. Kari from Florida. We pick at one another all the time. You should see some of the private messages she sends me. You'd think we were worst enemies, but that's just the relationship we have. We pick at one another and do it
Aw.
all in good natured fun. So
Thank you
anyway, I'm
again.
going to back
Steve,
on out
thank
of here.
you so
Cassie,
much.
thank
It
you
means a
so
lot to
much for
me.
having me. Mwah. From
Mwah.
my
Thank you,
house to yours, thank
Steve.
you so much. Love you so much. And just, you know, in such a short amount of time, it's just, this is something awesome, something that's
Yeah.
manifested between us. And I love it
Thank
here.
you
It's just so
again.
chill, you know, I'm just like hanging
Yeah.
out. And I love it. This
I love
is,
it. Gotta do it again. Gotta do it
yeah,
again. It's been a lot
absolutely.
of
And I'd
fun.
love to have you back on Campfire Stories, or if you want to join us
Okay.
tomorrow night for Oracles, come on over.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any of my
Thank you,
streams, anywhere
Steve.
I'm at, any of you are always welcome. Come in and see me.
And then
Sweetly
you.
Morbid Bear, I didn't get to read for you. If I'm sorry. If you want to email me, I'll do your private reading and send it back to you. I'll even record it in MP3. How's that? You can't beat that. I feel bad that I missed anybody, but yeah, Mulder's looking at me like, Dad, we got to eat dinner. And he's ready to go out again, too. But this
Aw.
has been the most
That
fun
was
four
fun. It was a
hours
lot of
I've
fun.
spent in a while, and I look forward to next time.
Me
And
too.
thanks everybody for being so friendly and so gracious and making me feel welcome. I was afraid I'd come on and people were like,
Definitely.
oh, who's this guy? You know, this is
Oh,
Cassie's channel.
no.
Get the hell out of
No.
here. Who's Steve Stockton? We don't like you.
Heck no. No way.
But if you do get any negative feedback, let me know. I like that. If you know,
Oh, no.
if you are going to give me a thumbs down, give me some constructive criticism with it. How can I make it better? What can I do to make you like what I'm doing? You know, I'm all about taking constructive criticism and making things better. So,
I think you did great. You
well,
did just
thank you. Yours is the opinion that matters most because it's your channel. But I don't want to be off-putting to your people and chase any of your
no.
subscribers
I
away
think
either.
they loved it. You all loved it, didn't you? We all loved it, Steve.
I loved it for what it was, just talking to everybody and reading for everybody. Thanks so much. But
Just had a
yeah,
lot of
I'm gonna
fun.
back on out of here. I'll see you a little further on down the road, folks.
Okay.
See you to midnight and beyond. They got videos coming out on missing person and mysteries. Haven't heard when they're going to be released, but got some new stuff in the pipeline. So have a good evening, good day, good morning, good Lord, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope you have the best of
Thank you.
whatever it is. And again, thanks, Cassie. I don't know
No.
if you're going to continue or whatnot, but I'm going to go ahead and take off so I can get this little
Okay, I'll
boy
see you
fed.
on your live tonight, okay?
Okay, I'll see you there.
13 past midnight.
Yep. Bye,
Okay.
everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you all for joining me and Steve. Thank you so much. It means a lot. And I love you all, okay? I'm usually live, usually every Tuesday for the readings. Bye, guys. Big hugs. Thank you all. Night, guys. Thank you.